Okay, the thing says I'm live. Oh, God, my receding hairline is visible. I just took a shower for you people. Okay, I guess the question is, can you see me? And can you hear me? That's how we're going to start this off. Because if you can't see me and you can't hear me, then makes it a little hard to continue. So we've got a few people in the chat. Can and can, yes and yes after the ad played. Oh, good ads. I think since my channel became eligible for monetization, I think I've earned like $20 so far. So second career confirmed. So yeah. This is going to be a bit of an informal hodgepodge of a thing. I've got several things planned. I've got the entire catalog piled up over here, so we can talk about all sorts of things from the books. I've just been going back and forth. This live stream could have started half an hour ago, except I've been worried about my lighting. You know, do I want to do this? Do I want to play these games and go, ooh, you know, what do I want to do? Do I want to make it look like I've got a big candle burning here? See, it doesn't even look like a candle when it's that bright, but you know, or, you know, this sort of nonsense. That's what I've been worried about instead of going live. But, okay, yes, so we have some people in. Okay, is this, make sure I can see the tools. Okay, so, will the ghost appear? I hope not. The last thing I need is to deal with the ghost live. And yes, that thing is. So let's start slow because, you know, people are starting to file in. So let's not get into the serious stuff quite yet. How have you been enjoying the videos? Let's start with that. You know, because it's going to be annoying, I think, if people are just filing in. I didn't give a lot of notice. So maybe give a few more minutes before we start going into the serious matters. You know, I think of the videos as proof of life. Well, half right. I mean, isn't like the imposition of the ghost kind of like proof of death? I don't know. Been loving the videos. Amazing that Reddit actually liked one too. Was that the one with me running through the snow? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, just when do we get to buy alternate cover rule books? It's one of the things I was going to cover. The books have been at the printer. I'm hoping to get that they'll be delivered within the next couple of weeks, but that's all that all has to do with the printer. That's out of my hands now. Let's see. No, the Reddit video was the OGL one. Yeah, well, from what I understand, Wizards isn't going to be moved on their stance, and the Orc license, again, as I understand it, and I'm getting information second or more hand, is that they're not going to have the license. So I don't know. They hated the snow. Why would anyone hate snow? It's wonderful. I mean, that snow video was completely unplanned. It was just going for a walk, and I was feeling good and walking, and I just saw the landscape, and I was like, can't waste this. Something must be done with this. And it's like we continued the walk, and then when we came back, it was like, okay, Let's do this. Let's see. The one thing that was two things very frustrating about the beefcake snow video is once I decided to do it and once it was like the camera was on, I was so full of adrenaline. It's like I wasn't nervous anymore. I was just in the moment and talking with my hands. And then, it had been suggested to me I should take my socks off before, we started filming that. So I didn't have to take my socks off in real time. So that was good. And, and then took the clothes off, started running. And I felt nothing. I was just worried. Am I shouting loud enough? It was after the cut. Then it's like, oh, now I'm very cold. And now I've got to walk back towards my clothes. And that's also the direction that the walking trails are on. People are looking at me. Oh, shit. Although I did have the forethought. The reason that I kept my shirt and was waving my shirt is so when I did turn back and go back towards where people might be, I could be a little bit covered up and, not be a complete weirdo in public. So yeah, that's how that went. And there was something else about that. Yeah. Oh yeah. And it was weird because I've had trouble. I've had trouble with my legs going back to July, but I was feeling decent that day, enough to go for a nice long walk. But you can tell it's not just my size. My legs are not operating correctly as I was running there, and then I had trouble standing up. Well, that's maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but it was very uncomfortable to even stand up the next couple of days. But that seemed to have sorted itself out. Okay. Let's see. Hello, big fan. Only just found your channel. Want to thank you for LOTFP. You are welcome. Brilliant. I enjoyed it, and I've been continuing my chance. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Very good. Thank you. How many books next release? How many reprints? Oh, off the top of my head. I think there's two. Okay. 4 new books, 5 reprints. 4 new ones and 5 reprints, which is a bit risky, but that's what it's going to be. You ever seen the book Apples of Gold? I have not. Are there any books that stand out to you visually, like books you like visually? Let's see. Books that I like visually. It's usually stuff that's not that fancy. I mean, just like foil elements on the covers. If it's got a good piece of art. But as far as physical constructions of books that are, well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, stuff that we've done with like Red and Pleasant Land, or that's probably a Carcosa with the odd material that sometimes eats other books. That's I don't know. I can't think of anything fancy like that. Do the reprints reuse product codes or have new product codes? They'll have new product codes if it's a new format. For example, we're reprinting Better Than Any Man as a hardcover. And because that's a hardcover and it needs new ISBN because it's a format change, and then that has a new product code. Same way that the creature generator between the hardcover and the soft cover, that's 2 different product codes. And like the alternate covers for the rule book, those would have to have different product codes. Yeah. And there's the ghost in the chat. Great. Great. just what we all need. Name the film that best inspires LOTFP genre. Oh gosh, it's Evil Dead 2. that's the thing that just off the top of my head. I mean the cabin, especially the front room in the cabin from Death Frost Doom. I mean, that's straight out of there. So, is the interior content of the new Better Than Any Man different from the original? No. It's a straight reprint, but in hardcover, limited edition, 500 copies. Let's see. We got 32 people in chat right now. Let's see. See, I hadn't even thought to promote the new stuff yet, since I don't even have a delivery date for it. But oh god, let's see. What are we doing? We are reprinting Better Than Any Man, doing another run of No Salvation for Witches, doing a hardcover run of Kalong, and we are doing a new run of the Adventure Anthology slipcases, and 2 alternate covers for the rulebook. And then the new ones, we've got 2 new Kelvin Green adventures, Beware and Magic Eater. And oh my god, it's been weeks since I sent them off to the printer, so I cannot remember the names of the other things. And one of the authors is in the chat, so he will kill me. But see, another thing we have is Christopher Carosella, author of Asterion, is doing another short adventure for us called Beware the Mindfuck. So that's very, very tasteful. And then Glenn Seal. Let me make sure I remember. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. It has an adventure called The Jovian Visitor coming out. So all those things are at the printer. Where can I get these books? They will be available from the EU web store. Hopefully in the next couple weeks. I don't have a delivery date from the printer yet. Let's see. Better Than was my gateway drug. It was a lot of people's gateway drug. It was very fun to completely over-deliver on Free RPG Day and delight and horrify people. Referee book. Oh, yeah, I got to get that out of the way, because I know at the end of December I did a video saying I was wanting to have the next edit done by the end of January, but with all the shit that's been going on, surprise, that goal's not quite going to be met. But one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to read the referee book introduction. That was one of the things I was wanting to do on the live stream. So that's one of the fun things we'll be doing here. Will all books be released in EU and US stores simultaneously? No. What's going to happen is they're going to be delivered here to me in Finland, and they'll be going on sale within a day or two of that. Everything is a limited edition print run, except for Magic Eater and Beware, but those copies will be at least a couple months before they're in the US web store, because they're going on the slow boat freight shipping, and that takes quite some time to go across the ocean, clear customs, etc., etc. And then name your top 5 books and movies for inspiration. God. You'd think I'd be prepared for this, because people ask this every time. Every time. Top 5 movies. Evil Dead 2, Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter, Hellraiser, Freddy got fingered. I'll go ahead and say that. And then that would be a good fifth movie that I would. Oh, I'll go ahead and say Tonight She Comes, just because that has what is the perfect representation of what a Lamentations of the Flame Princess magic user is like. So I'll go ahead and say that. Let's see, for books. Oh, well, Solomon Kane. Get yourself a good Solomon Kane collection. Clark Ashton Smith, The Averine Cycle, if I'm saying that correctly. H.P. Lovecraft, The Great Works. And The Shunned House usually isn't considered one of his great works, but it should be. And that's 3. Michael Moorcock's Von Beck series. That's 4. And 5, Algernon Blackwood's The Willows. When will you license the LOTFP graphic novels? You see, that's tricky. Because if you're doing LOTFP graphic novels, are you going to use the icon characters? And if you are, there are real people attached to those likenesses that would have to approve every damn thing. And so that's complicated. Let's see. And sorry, these dead air parts, I'm reading the chat to respond because, hey, 41 people here. I read The Shunned House every Halloween. Good story. Indeed. I think we can feel lucky that the ghost is not causing problems at the current time. Okay, chat, let's make this interactive. What books and movies do you think are very LOTFP-ish? And I can give them a shout out and tell you why you're wrong. Let's see. One time my mom bit into a brownie and lost a tooth. She said it was a sanity loss experience. So, Raggi, have you had some single everyday events you would refer to as a sanity loss event? I once bit into a Burger King French fry and broke a tooth. It was not even a crunchy French fry. I thought it was a crunchy French fry, but it wasn't the French fry that was crunching. Let's see. Suspiria. Yeah, I can get with Suspiria as an LOTFP-ish adventure. Jabberwocky, it's got the right attitude. Splice, have I seen that? I don't know that I've seen that. A Field in England. You see, the problem with that is it gets the time period right. But I don't like the actual movie. My brain just shuts down trying to watch it because it's got that art house tableaus and all that stuff. It's just like, I can't. Time Bandits. It's been too long. Let's see. I think The Navigator feels LOTFP. You know what reminds me of an LOTFP-ish movie? Because when I think of Lamentations of the Flame Princess movies, it's almost never anything. Captain Kronos, maybe, but otherwise it's almost never anything that's going to translate directly into the game, mainly because the time period's never right. For example, Blood and Satan's Claw has just been mentioned, and that's the time period and LOTFP-ish, but but one that I think is very LOTFP-ish in attitude, I think, is Nightcrawler. Jake Gyllenhaal, I think the name of the actor in that one. And that's basically, that's about basically I don't even know if saying this is spoiled. Let's just say a very unusual person decides they're going to get into TV news. and nothing is going to get into their way. And it's like, that's exactly the sort of attitude that I see in LOTFP player characters pursuing their goals. Let's see. Do you think Fritz Lieber, whichever, Fawford and Grey Mouse would fit into LOTFP frame? I think the characters would definitely fit into the frame. The world, of course, is a bit fantasy, but who the characters are and the hijinks they get up to, yes. Reanimator, yes. Reanimator definitely has a LOTFP vibe. And I would say Herbert West that's the kind of person you look to in trying to figure out what is the Lamentations of the Flame Princess magic user like. Herbert West. I'm actually going to read. Someone asked how can they write stuff for LOTFP. One of the things I'm going to do in the live stream here is read my current draft of the LOTFP adventure writing best practices kind of thing, because I've been soliciting through the weird crushers, people who are wanting the writing guidelines, but I've been such a wreck for the past forever, honestly, that I've got them all in a folder and I'm not ready to deal with submissions yet. So I haven't sent it out. And these are the writing guidelines I'm putting together. 6 freaking pages, too long, I know, but if you can't read 6 pages, I'm not going to trust you to write a book. So, let's see. Robert Rodriguez's Planet Terror is a good LOTFP vibe. I think Planet Terror is what LOTFP sessions end up being, not necessarily what is always intended. Because I think, okay, this is going to be serious, and they're going to, this is going to make them feel it, and it's going to be nasty and and then you got, somebody strapping a gun onto their severed leg and doing sweet jumps, and it's like, what happened to my serious horror scenario? But yeah, probably. Which band do you prefer, Ahab or Wormwitch? I'm not that familiar with Wormwitch, but the whole crawly, like slow crawl Death Doom, it's not. I don't know. I liked the old My Dying Bride, Anathema, Paradise Lost trilogy, but like the slow creeping stuff, like Evoken, or who am I thinking of? The band on Season of Mist that always releases the double albums. But it's like when I think of Death Doom, I'm thinking of like Hooded Menace, but even they're more peppy in their metal. When it comes to the slow grinding stuff, I like more traditional, I hate to say it this way, but Sabbathy stuff, when it's just, okay. Who won the Show Us Your Tits comp? Somebody did. Although I have to get back to Kelvin because, frankly, I'd forgotten we'd even done that. But somebody definitely won that. What RPGs, if any, other than LOTFP are you into? Right now, I'm in a once every week, every other week, like D&D game. Jeff Reentz is running us through like old White Dwarf adventures, I think, or old Dragon Magazine adventures. I used to be into quite a lot. I used to be big into GURPS. I used to be big into Champions. I still have a bunch of Warhammer. role playing, the original edition. Yeah, nothing too weird, or I remember when I was a teenager playing a full campaign of Justifiers, of all things. Puppet Master. That was the one, the latest one in the Puppet Master series, the Littlest Reich, the one written by S. Craig Zoller. That's a weird one. Was it Thomas Lennon starring in that one? Just bizarre. Okay, there was a question, and then I'll get towards. Okay, we got 50 people in here now, or watching at least, not necessarily in the chat, but somebody asked OGL stuff. And if you asked a question a while back, and I haven't gotten to it again, stuff's popping through, and I try to talk to the camera a bit, so. Yeah, someone had asked what I'm going to about the OGL. I'm not finding that. Okay, James loves Mork Borg. I'm going to say it wrong on purpose. Take that, Swedes. I haven't read any of Cyborg. I don't know what their rule number 1 is. Why. I'm not into cyberpunk. I remember when we had our, at the time, record-breaking run on the Bundle of Holding. I was doing a gimmick where, as I was going up the all-time rankings of their campaigns, I would do a post making fun of the next entry up. And it was it might have even been for the game Cyberpunk, but it's like, I don't like that as a genre. There's, I don't know. I've never been into it. Like Blade Runner just bounces right off of me. There's something about the genre. It's sort of like mob movies. I've never bothered to see The Godfather, just because everything I've seen of other mob movies, the subject doesn't interest me. So it doesn't matter how good the movie is. And it's the same way with like Cyberpunk. It's like The Matrix, to me, it's kung fu fighting. If you're not kung fu fighting, you're wasting my time in those movies. Yeah. Although I remember getting some of the Shadowrun books back when it first came out for the first edition. And I couldn't understand how they were describing the internet, basically. I couldn't get it. Didn't understand what the hell they were talking about. It's like, what is this shit? Although the Insect Brotherhood thing, the one that had the novella that was packaged with the game supplement, that I loved. I loved that shit. But that was more of a horror thing, cyberpunk elements, but it was more horror. And, I wasn't having to read about dragons and shit. How Japanese cyberpunk? I've seen the third Tetsuo movie. Because that played Night Visions here when it was new. And it was like, I mean, the opening, the title credits, when the guy's basically doing his David Byrne impression over the industrial music, it's like, this isn't for me. I asked earlier about everyday sanity loss, but what about everyday ordinary religious experiences? You had moments of perfect blinding clarity where you figured something out. Probably, but I don't know. I was told when I saw that field on Sunday and went, hey, that it was obvious I had some stupid video idea. Although that's not what you're asking, but it was very clear to me instantly. So, have you heard or played Dark and Darker? No, I have not. Okay, so what fun thing should we do first? Cyberpunk runs the gamut. It's ripe for body horror and everything bad. The tech is inside you. Well, yes. Okay. So, what shall we do next? Would you like me to read the introduction to the referee book, which I swear to you was written in 2015, that no one's going to believe once I read it? Or would you like me to read like the draft of the writing guidelines? And the reason I want to read this is not because these are the guidelines and I hope you all submit stuff, but I figure this might be a good way to get some instant feedback, before I finalize it. So let's all have you give me conflicting answers now. Yes. Well, you're saying yes like you're being cute, like, oh, I haven't told you my plan. That bladder insanity notwithstanding, today's one of those days. I mean, I got like a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning, and I was having like I can't concentrate. Why can't I be productive or do anything? And then I thought, oh, well, instead of the usual pattern when I get like this of, oh, I'm stressed out, why can't I do anything? Oh, I'll do something to relax. Oh, I was like, oh, I'll just do a live stream. And my original thought was to start at noon. And then it's like, okay, I wasn't ready. And then 1 wasn't ready, 2 wasn't ready, 3 wasn't ready. But, I'm hoping we can see how well I do this. I'm hoping to be here for like 6 hours and have people cycle in and out and see if I can keep that going, seeing if there's people coming in and out of the chat to, every half hour there'll be a new person asking, what movie is good inspiration for LOTFP? So that'll keep things going. Okay. Let's read the introduction to the referee book, written in 2015, before things were really successful, before things ceased being really successful. And oh boy. And you'll see I've been thinking the same way about a lot of things for a long time. And it's just a one-page introduction. 2015. The act of imagination is a hate crime against reality. The expression of imaginative thought is hate speech against conformity. The publication of such thoughts and explicitly encouraging others to do the same is nothing less than a terrorist attack against mental complacency. From birth, we are strictly trained to think and act in certain ways, and this training is so strong that to act against this training results in isolation, ostracization, forced confinement, physical harm, and or even violent death. This suppresses individual mental activity lest the delicate balance of the community be upset. Imagination and independent thought is always a potential threat to the current order, and society has always been hostile to those that threatens its homogeneity of thought. Terms like unspeakable and unthinkable are used without irony to enforce a status quo. Concepts like heresy, blasphemy, obscenity, and traitor are invented and applied to marginalize those who believe, think, or express in ways different from the accepted norm. Imagination is only encouraged when it is used to further promote harmony and impart the correct moral lessons, and imagination can only be expressed by those who are willing to parrot views within the narrow band of acceptable opinion. Certain behavior must be encouraged in creative work, other behavior discouraged. Certain views must be upheld in creative work, other views condemned. Certain words and phrases must be believed in, other words and phrases despised. Some subjects must always be treated with the utmost care and respect, or else not brought up at all. Often key words or slogans are invented which serve at first as shorthand for more in-depth concepts, but which later serve to effectively replace thought about those concepts. Breaking these rules, or indeed even disrespecting the rules without actually breaking them in creative work, results in the work being deemed harmful or perverse, and forces will attempt to restrict public access to the work and punish its creator, be it legally or socially. If someone who has crossed the line of acceptable behavior in other venues attempts to pursue creative work, their work cannot be discussed without the creator's pariah status being used to attempt to discredit the work by making it impossible to discuss the work on its own merit. I was thinking of Lovecraft when I wrote that, for fuck's sake. Excuse me. The audience, actual or would be, of these creators or their works are branded as accomplishments and are treated as if they are supporters of the works or the creator's worst qualities, simply as a means to further discourage further investigation, support, or dissemination of the work. And this is where Lamentations of the Flame Princess, and indeed the entire concept of weird fantasy, lives. In between the spaces of the forbidden ideas, the restricted images, among all of the things which polite mainstream society has decided to be subversive, extremist, dangerous. It takes taboo concepts, uncomfortable truths, gravely serious elements of culture, controversial subjects, and plays with them as if they were mere toys for amusement. Because in fiction, that's all anything is, ever was, or ever can be. Imagination at its core, breaking the mental chains necessitated by reality and letting the creative flow unrestricted. No, imagination is at its core. Sorry. Let me do that whole sentence. Imagination is at its core, breaking the mental chains necessitated by reality and letting the creativity flow unrestricted. Weird fantasy steers that creativity in ways that are not easily accepted by the community at large. Achieving this goal is not so simple if one is not already inclined to do so. So this book is not about how to utilize specific techniques to give your game a certain flavor or flow. It's not about how to get into a frame of mind in order to get in the spirit of the game. This book is intended to present concepts in a way that will truly separate you from the gaming community at large, to put real distance between you and the life you knew. It is to force you into a kind of actual madness so that at the end, weird fantasy is just going to be the result of your average, everyday creative output, whether you're playing this game or not. So join me, my brothers and sisters, on this journey to unleash the greater power of your intellect and its ability to create. Take my hand and we will fly through a universe of imagination so much larger and more spectacular than most people can ever dream. Together, we can bring those great and terrible twin towers of imaginary complacency and self-suppressing shame crashing down upon the heads of those who thought to control our lives through the incarceration of our minds. James Edward Raggi IV, Helsinki, Finland, 2015, not edited since. It hasn't gone through proofreading. And at the time I wrote that, in 2015, I thought I was being, I don't know, exaggerating, being very over the top, being very, I don't know. I was talking about reality as I was observing it affecting other people. Which is why when you know, over the past way too many years, as stuff happened, and I think that no one's going to believe that I wrote that in 2015. Nobody is going to believe I wrote that in 2015. And I'm thinking, who did I send that to look at? And it's like, oh, shit, I gotta, because I know I sent it to a couple people. I can't remember who, but. So I mean, just this month, stuff that I've read and statements that I've read, it's this continuity. I mean, I was already in my 40s when I wrote that. I'm still in my 40s. You know, there's hardwired in. You know. Me. So, yeah, that's the very first thing that's going to be greeting people upon opening the book. See, I don't want to jinx it, and I don't want to make this a dare, but it's like this book's not even going to be able to be on drive-through, is it? So yeah. Yeah, let's see. So yeah, okay. Well, so the people who are who would tend to be in a Lamentations of the Flame Princess live chat seem to not be rejecting the idea presented by Lamentations of the Flame Princess. It's a good start. Drive through and Reddit or both. The thing is, if my stuff doesn't get on Reddit, that's not a direct drain on my ability to pay my rent and whoever's putting together the next book. Yeah, so that's that's going to be interesting. So that's the first thing, and we've already been here 40 minutes. I know how to kill time. See, noon in Helsinki is between 2 and 5 a.m. in the States. Even at 6 hours, most of us would miss it live. Well, that's the beauty of YouTube live streams. You can watch it all later. Just whatever you're doing during your workday, just put it in the background and listen to my sweet, sweet voice telling you all of the important and intelligent things that you need to know. I think I discovered LOTFP because I looked up best one shot and found Death Frost Doom. Well, thanks to Google or whoever was running whatever you were looking that up on. Good elevator pitch for an LOTFP scenario. I know how to kill time. This is role playing, damn it. If you don't know how to kill time, what are you doing here? It's like we're going to sit around in a group and play pretend together for hours. Killing time is what this whole thing is. Let's see. Are there any rules in LOTFP that you consider a pillar that cannot be knocked down? Are there any things you think are essential rules? No. The comment / joke / observation I made is, if I grew up, with Traveler as my first and primary game, then Lamentations would be like weird sci-fi horror instead. As long as it's some sort of traditional rules system, I think LOTFP would work. The BRP system, or GURPS or something. As is, though, I mean the rules that Lamentations is built on, it's the common language of role-playing games, and it has the added bonus that if people come in saying, oh, this looks like Dungeons and Dragons in structure, we'll play it just like Dungeons and Dragons. Those are the best stories to hear about. My players all attacked a monster and it killed them all. They thought it was unfair that there was a monster they couldn't defeat. And it's like, oh, I love those stories, because my question is, why didn't they run? I mean, maybe when the first party member goes down, you think, oh man, tough monster, but we can take it. But like when you're the last guy left and your 3 or 4 friends are all dead, and your thought is, oh, I'm still going to attack. It's like, is that what Dungeons and Dragons is these days? That doesn't even make any sense to me. That makes no sense. To reference Cyborg again, the rule 0 says the players cannot side with corporations or cops. That's it's interesting. Who's I don't know. I guess there are no petty criminals. I guess there are no felons. I guess there's like no actual bad people that the police are ostensibly supposed to be dealing with. I mean, yes, the injustices committed by police is unending, but in the end, they're political opinion here. There are people that basically need to be dealt with. They're doing bad things. And mob rule, getting together a posse, vigilante actions, those those don't end up in any more good civilized behavior than a police force. And so that's my thought on the matter. Let's see. Some players come to play a game. They want to win. Death, failure, loss, etc. are anathema. Others come to tell a story, know that tension, drama comes from the adversity, and those are the real players. I don't necessarily want to say those are the real players, but I don't know. Lamentations, I would. Well, there's a lot of metagaming in Lamentations as well, as far as, well, I know the author does this and that and the other thing. But Grim Jim and Questing Beast both said in reference to Cyborg, just because you said I cannot do it, now that's all I want to do. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. As far as playing Grinding Gear tonight, wish the players luck. Yeah, the Grinding Gear, as I recall, it's been a good while since I've run that. No players ever, no group I've ever run it for has ever found the final treasure. So, yeah. Now, in some of your recent videos, you said there were those that had problems with blood in the chocolate. I find that really sad. My players love that one. Oh, well. Yeah, the blood in the chocolate. Oh, God, you see. You think, because I've got the entire catalog piled up next to me, thinking, oh, that's convenient to grab something, except there's like 80 freaking books here. And Blood in the Chocolate is at the bottom of one of them. This is exciting television as I'm doing this, isn't it? Let's drop all these out of print collector's item books on the floor because I'm wanting to show a book while talking about it. Okay. This is the one. Now, out of print, never to be reprinted unless the author has another whiplash. But this is the one that not so long ago, someone on RPG.net, that haven for very sane RPG opinions, said that this was like a Nazi gateway into the hobby. Of course, other things that I've seen described as Nazi in the past couple weeks have been orcs in Dungeons and Dragons and Lord of the Rings, expecting people to pay fares for public transportation, and giving tanks to Ukraine. So it's like, okay, maybe that makes it better if people just throw the term around all over so stupidly, which I don't think is a very smart idea, but, you know, if having to pay your bus fare is fascist, then blood in the chocolate, you know, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. When I told my player, actually, the chocolate doesn't make you take half damage, that was a lie. It made me feel like the Gestapo. Yeah. Although, watching the discussion also in RPG Net about how the orcs, about how Tolkien was racist, and that Gary Gygax was racist for continuing to take the orcs as presented in Tolkien and present them in the game, and how anyone still doing that is very racist. It reminds me, I brought this point up on my personal Facebook, but it's like, okay, there are very, 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 very few, like, public figure, actual Nazis or close enough for government work in the RPG scene. And one of them, maybe the most famous one, liked the orcs in Tolkien so much that he took his stage name from the, Count Grishnak was one of the names of the orcs in Lord of the Rings. And the guy that decided to identify with the orcs and Mordor and it's like, how does that square with the orcs represent marginalized people in the real world? It's like the theory of some of these people that examine these texts crash right into the reality of who actually identifies with the orcs in real life. And I don't know. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating, because when people say these things, and there's a community that will agree that, oh yes, very, very racist and very Nazi, yeah, and it's like that spreads out. For example, very shortly before the leak about the open game license at the beginning of January, it's like PBS in the States had run a story where the OSR was described as, not very inclusive and such. And I find it, put on my tinfoil hat to say that kind of article coming out right before the new OGL, whose prime goal, we're told, is to create a more inclusive environment, that doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. And yeah, that's difficult. That's difficult shit. Or like how Chaosium will gladly print Call of Cthulhu, but then slander H.P. Lovecraft. What's up with that? Well, H.P. Lovecraft was racist. I mean, that's fact. What you do with that fact and how much, that's also fact is that he's perhaps the most influential horror writer of the 20th century. Even people like Stephen King, influenced by Lovecraft. And it's like, yeah, he lived in the 1920s, and died in the 30s. And yeah, that'll happen. I don't know. I mean, yelling at old people for being not modern, even if there were other people in the time period that did have, let's just call them, more advanced views. I mean, yelling at dead people seems weird. that's just, he's a writer that died penniless, You know, say, oh, he was an anti-Semite. Well, yeah, well, he married a Jewish woman, and it didn't last. Sounds like things happened the way they should have there if he wasn't going to change. I'm not going to sweat reading 100-year-old stories now and think they are what they are. Further back you go, the more not like now it's going to be. That's the world. That's the way it's always been. It's the way it always will be. 100 years from now, people will be reading stuff from today and be thinking, oh, well, why were people 100 years ago so backwards? Well, shit changes. Yeah. Might be super out of touch here, but what is the controversy with LotFP? What's the controversy? Oh, boy. Well, you guys in the chat, and there should be, hopefully I've set it up right so you can read the chat. I'm not going to go down the list of here's why people don't like us. Like the one thing I'll admit to that is dead on is, let's just say we're very bad with deadlines. That one, all the complaints are completely valid. Yeah. Which of your works would you use to best showcase your fluff writing ability? Oh boy. Nothing I write is fluff. It's all very integral content. Again, maybe the chat can answer the what's the best James Edward Raggi IV fluff work? Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah, people aren't really answering. Not in real time anyway. Or non-rules content, maybe not fluff. Well, the rules content, I mean, especially in the early days of the OSR, I mean, people be using the stuff in all sorts of games. I mean, if you're familiar with the old Dungeons and Dragons style stat block, you're good to change things up on the fly for any, again, more traditional style system. Okay, so sorry I'm being quiet again reading the chat. Well, TFP does not do fluff. Well, I don't know. Like the old man speech in Fuck for Satan. Oh! While we're killing time, maybe I can read that. Oh, God, it's been forever since I ran that, so I might not get the cadence right. Oh, hey, coincidence. Woohoo! Hey. Let's see. Oh, wait, which way am I going? Yeah, let's see. Do some readings for you here while we're live streaming, and as soon as I find, Fuck for Satan. Where is the bit? Oh, God. Holy shit. I really, in Fuck for Satan, wrote 3 pages of read this to the player text. So let me perform that for you. I haven't read if this is completely unprepared. This is from Fuck for Satan, which is out of print but available in Adventure Anthology Death. So this is the suggested method for how to convey information about the cult in the adventure in question. And so, I spend 3 pages on this. Here is one suggested method. The player characters are brought to the blacksmiths. Johann, the blacksmith, is a big, burly man fitting his profession. Oh, right. You want to hear about this cult? My dad knows all about that. Dad! Dad! You got visitors! Dad! He'll be right out. Dad! Hurry up! A few minutes later, an ill-dressed ancient man arrives, spine curved horribly, and staying upright only with the help of a knotty old cane. That's enough of that shouting! I'm old, not deaf. Now what do you want? Oh, strangers. What do you want? Don't you know how rude it is to visit unannounced? I see you're not from around here, which might explain why you don't have the good graces that God gave a worm. Well, what do you want? Spit it out. Don't just stand there with a look on your face like a bee's just stung your bits. Spit it out. Missing young people? Yeah, I heard those rumors, but I wouldn't believe them. See, all those rumors were started by the shepherds out in the hills, and I don't trust those shepherds. They are not honest men. If they were, they'd work their land instead of just walking all over it. If you ask me, I think they're all just looking for an excuse to screw sheep all day long. Awfully suspicious that these people would disappear into the hills with no human companionship. And they get so jealous when you touch one of their precious sheep. Yeah, they're always looking to say something that will distract you from the truth. But they say that some young people have gone out for strolls into the hills and have not come back. Some of the women around here just won't shut up with their wailing about their poor Jörg or Cordula or whatever dumb shit names people are giving their kids these days going missing. Well, if they are, it's their own damn fault. People their age should be working all day, not going off for long walks. Certainly not with members of the opposite sex. My goodness, can you believe what young people do these days? In my day, we had proper courtship. We'd look nervously around the crowd at each other during festivals, and then the man would work up the courage to go serenade the young lady underneath her window one night, only to find out it's the wrong window and you've scared the lass's younger brother to death, so the father comes out and kicks the shit out of you. The mother gets worried that her husband's almost killed someone, so they take you inside to nurse you back to health, and it's the original girl's ugly-ass sister that takes care of you, and bam! You marry that one. That's how I met this useless piece of flesh's mother, and that's how it should be done. At this point, Johann interrupts his father with, Dad, it's the kids. The little kids that have gone missing. Oh, shut up, boy. You're the worst blacksmith alive today, and you know it. The only reason you have this job is you're the only one that is big enough around here to use a hammer at all. But your brain is too small to learn to do it properly. Where was I? Oh, these kids today. Back in my day, we never ran off to the hills to frolic, or whatever code word these snots use today. For one, the hills were dangerous. All sorts of monsters and bandits and assorted evil kept us in our homes, with our windows shuttered tight when we weren't in the field next to feed our families. The hills were just another word for death. Not to mention how improper it is. In my day, a young man would never be alone with a woman before marriage. You wouldn't even get to hold a woman's hand until your wedding day, and you liked it that way because that meant you were being proper and honorable. Take this waste of life's mother, for example. You couldn't find a more frigid woman. We had marital relations just one time, on our wedding night, because she was proper and honorable enough to fulfill her obligations, and she kept telling me to hurry up the whole time. Dad, his son interrupts a second time. Oh, shut up, boy. Your mother was colder than a Yeti's balls, and she was proud of it. And I loved her for it, because that's the commitment I made. Kids these days, they don't have that kind of respect. Oh, love is a natural thing. It should be given freely. The very thought of it makes me sick. They were probably stealing off into the night to go elope to the nearest big town or something, because they don't care about proper standards or morals in those town things. Nobody in those places does a proper day's work. You know that? Here we work with our hands and we work the ground. In towns, there are people that get paid to count things and write down what they've counted. Can you imagine getting paid to do that? That sounds like a woman's work, if women would be allowed to have anything to do with money or business. So yeah, these missing kids, maybe they aren't old enough to be sinning like rabbits, but they would have been in a few years because they're brats now because their parents don't raise them right. Brats, I say! Probably just wandered off into the woods and were too busy eating their boogers to pay attention to where they were walking, and they're probably in Milan by now. The village at least has been a bit quieter since they're not around. At this point, Johann injects more volubly with, Dad! But even a blind man hits a bullseye once in his life, so there is a remote possibility there is something to all this talk. I doubt it, because you know how women gossip, and this is probably blown all out of proportion. But if these kids have been going missing for real, I do recall years ago there was some trouble around here. My grandpappy told me about it. Some group of Satan worshippers, or some group or another, taking up on the old haunted hill and causing trouble. You people don't look like you have any honest work to do, so maybe you could trouble yourselves to take a stroll a little bit that way to make sure everything's the way it should be. Deserted. What? Reward? You want a reward for doing this? What kind of adventurers are you? Back in my day, you couldn't take 2 steps around these parts without tripping over some do-gooder who was begging to solve all your problems. Are there fair maidens in need of rescuing? Is your cat stuck in a tree? If you had a problem, the adventuring lads of yore would be there to help. They had honor. They had stones. Look around you. Look over there. What do you see? Fields. Over there. Look. See that? Pasture. And over there. Look closely. Hills. You want a reward? Really? We've got chickens, carrots, and milk. If you want to drive a hard bargain, I suppose somewhere around here we can give you some beets. We're a farming village, you dolt. You think we have big piles of money sitting around to just give away to strangers? Don't be such an idiot. Think about it. Satanists, and it's always Satanists, are morons. Why else would they put on fish masks and dance around some idol in the dark? Ooh, I'm dancing and being blasphemous. I'm so evil. Why, in my day, I'd give them what for the fun of it. I didn't need no reward. But say these youngsters have been kidnapped instead of just getting lost. These cultist idiots always have some sort of golden junk or another. This just proves how stupid they really are. Why, if I were young and aimless and without the good upbringing a farming village gives you, and I came across a big hunk of gold, I'd buy some land. Gold can buy a lot of land and a lot of security against bad harvests. I could provide for a large family quite easily for the rest of my life with a good chunk of gold. But no, what do these dullards do? They make some golden guppy idol to worship. Ooh, here are please, oh great golden guppy. Idiots! How wasteful! That gold isn't benefiting anyone. It's not feeding anyone, clothing anyone. It might as well be a polished turd for all the value it has, sitting in a room not being looked at because these pinheads avert their eyes from the object of their worship. Oh, if I were only a few years younger, I'd march up them hills and kick all their asses just for being stupid. And then I'd kick all their asses again for messing with our young folk. Oh, look at this. Ugh. I've gotten all excited and I've pissed myself. It's time for my nap. You'll be wanting to go past them hills there. There's an old shrine on a hill that these fish heads used as a home base years ago. Has some rocks on it. You can't miss it. My grandpappy said that the geniuses around here said they burned the whole shrine down the last time there was trouble. But to me, satanic altars are made of stone. Stone don't burn. So you can prance up them hills, and since you're all obviously greenhorns that don't know your asshole from a hole in the ground, you'll probably all get killed. But if not, and they're occultists, you bring some of them back alive, you hear? No need murdering them all through stealth, since you're probably too cowardly to stand up to those pricks in a stand-up fight. Get some of them back here so we can give them some good old-fashioned country justice. We haven't had a decent hanging around here in far too long. And that's the blacksmith's father in the adventure Fuck for Satan, available in Adventure Anthology Death from Lamentations of the Flame Princess. I, I hope that was I hope that was at least mildly entertaining for everyone. That's a long bunch of shit to read. Yeah, okay, base loving this old man is my spirit animal. Sorry, I'm just reading. After reading that. I'm just seeing what the reactions are. Hopefully, people are now praising my abilities, or they're telling me what a bunch of shit that was. Either way, you know. Yeah, the old man is my spirit animal. Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, that was a thing that like happened when I actually ran it for my group. And so then when deciding, okay, what do I write in the adventure? What do I write for publication? It's like, okay, having 3 pages to read to your players is generally, if not universally, considered a very bad idea. It's not good adventure writing. On the other hand, it seemed to really amuse and entertain the players at the table at the time. And it's like, well, what's the point of playtesting if not to figure out what works and what doesn't in an adventure? And if it works, pass it on. It's you know. Yeah. So that's, oh God, I should have brought more water. I'm almost out. Oh well. Why are you dressed? Because it's not snowing in here. Jesus. Why do people always ask that? I write spoken lines in a lot of my games, but nothing like that. Well, here's the thing. If you're going to have text to be read aloud to the players, it can't just be an info dump. I mean, honestly, that speech had almost no information in it. Why are you just, I have to leave. Well, people coming in and going out, hopefully, you know, as time goes on. Misinfo dump, yeah. Yeah, well, hopefully as time goes on, more Europeans will be getting home from work, because everyone knows Europeans only work from like 10 till 3 every day. Well, if the clothes come off, I'll stay. Really? You're going to make me strip right here? That's, I love guilt tripping the players for asking for a reward. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, asking for a reward from farm villages is, yeah, that's something else. Especially since, again, it is usually in the dungeon amongst the enemy in the mission that you know, there's the stuff. So yeah, so we've got 48 people. See, here's the thing: it doesn't tell me what kind of cycle. Like, how many of these 49 people currently watching are the same as from, you know, an hour ago? I don't know. So maybe I just go in an hour loop and just read the same things every hour, and everyone's like, "Oh, this is awesome!" And then they try to watch the bits that they missed later on, and it's like, "Oh." LotFP set in the 1417s. No, 17th century is the baseline, although a lot of the stuff is non-specific enough. It's just flavor. I'm still here. I tore my groin muscle. Well, sorry to hear. Take it easy. Rest. Don't. You want a reward? Take her, points at daughter. There's a good Conan the Barbarian comic book story where it's set up like, you know, oh, if you save our village, barbarian, you can have anything you want. And he's looking over at what we're supposed to believe is looking over at the daughter, like, anything. So Conan goes and he kills the bad guys. He saves the day. He's come back, and like the daughter's like, I'm gonna get some barbarian dick. And Conan's like, no, I wasn't looking at you. It's the horse behind you. I'm getting out of here. And it's like, I just got here 20 minutes ago, but I'll probably have to leave before the Euros get off work. Well, if you're smart with your Euros, are always working for you. So, oh God, what the great big pain in the ass is going to be here is if I want to be responsible with the live stream, I'm after the fact, I'm going to have to put chapters on it. Like, here's where I read the old man thing from Fuck for Satan. And it's like, what a pain in the ass that's going to be. Do you think there are limits on the ability for language to convey things? I do not. I think there is a limit on individuals' abilities to use language to convey things. But I think language, what couldn't language convey? I mean, it may not always be the most effective way. I mean, the way you touch someone may convey what you mean better than saying it, but saying it still provides the raw information. I can send you some info on trigger auto chapters. Oh, yes, please do. I don't know anything about any of this. I'm just doing stuff. Yeah, that's how I do anything. It's like, oh, I want to do this. How do I do it? I'll figure out as I go. And then just, oh, that worked. I'll keep doing it that way, no matter how primitive it is. Thoughts about producing a DM screen? Well, there's one that has to be ready with the ref book. So that's going to be a thing. I got lectured by someone for the Switch antagonist my daughter 10 years and I created. It was directed at some of the child sacrifice references. As a kid, I grew up watching Nightmare on Elm Street at 5. We didn't go on to murder. It gets frustrating. People have an opinion. To make me think of you, though, for some reason. Yeah, I saw Nightmare on Elm Street when I was 11 or 12, or I don't know. It was when the sequel was coming out in theaters. I think we were renting the first one from the video store. But by that time, I'd already seen, Return of the Living Dead in the movie theaters. So, So, we can continue doing the chat, or I can read the writing guidelines draft and hopefully get some good notes on what I need to clarify or rewrite or die in a fire for saying, or, if there's anything, if there's anything else in the books you would like a dramatic reading from, I suppose I can please my audience. Let's see. So what about the GM book? That was already referenced. I read the intro from it. Not going to hit my goal of finishing the next edit by the end of the book or end of the month, but been a lot of bullshit going on this month. Thank you, Wizards of the Coast, for making me wonder whether I'm going to get sued because a book I already had at the printer when your shit leaked might have been something you were trying to make illegal by the time it was delivered from the printers. That no stress at all there, you motherfuckers. Read it in a South African accent. I don't. Oh God, I know I've heard a South African accent. I've watched a couple of South African movies, and I've seen Lethal Weapon 2. I don't think that's enough for me to try a South African accent. Thespian Raggi. Yes, I'm a raging thespian. Doing the con circuit this year. What am I doing this year? Should be doing Gen Con. The news has gotten out that I'll be at the North Texas RPG convention. And I think there's another European convention in September, October. Oh shit, yeah, I guess I should also make plans for GothCon and let them know this time that I'm coming. Come to Poland in June, PerkCon, okay? I've never heard of that Polish convention. Send me email with information on it, and I will... When is the North Texas one? That should be beginning of June, I think? Yeah. Let's see. So, never go to Gen Con. I go to Gen Con. I always go to Gen Con. I make a lot of freaking money at Gen Con. I never fail to make big piles of money at Gen Con, even traveling across the world. So as long as I'm making big piles of money at Gen Con, I shall continue to go to Gen Con. I mean, that's I don't read emails. Send me an email. Well, I read them eventually, and maybe you'll win the email lottery. That's the one I read. I mean, Gen Con treats you like crap. Yeah, but I still make a ton of money there. I mean, that I sell my stuff and I make money, and that's why I travel. I don't travel to these things because I like standing behind a booth for 4 days. I'm not a very social person. The sales are the point, and the sales at Gen Con are tremendous. So as long as I can, I will. Let's see. Are you coming to the UK at any point in 2023? Maybe I'll be back for Dragon Meet this year. Maybe that's enough in the future. I don't think. Yeah, because there's the extra. There's the extra complication now that Brexit's been done, because I used to have problems getting into the UK for these conventions. I remember one time I was plucked out of immigration and put into the suspect corral that everyone looks at and thinks, oh, what kind of terrorists are those people? Because at the time, the UK was in the EU, and Lamentations of the Flame Princess is a business that was established in and is run in the EU. But I am not a citizen of an EU country. I'm still an American citizen. I'm a Finnish resident, permanent resident, but not a citizen. And they didn't know what to do with that. You know, I'd already gone to British conventions a bunch of times. I always tell the truth going through the immigration, no reason not to. But this time, going to the Games Expo, was it the Games Expo, I think, there was a problem because they were saying because I was a U.S. citizen and I didn't have any sort of working visa, I couldn't work in the UK. But it's like, but I'm an EU resident, and my business, I'm not working for someone, it's my business, it's an EU business. The UK is in the EU at the time, and so this is all supposed to be open. So basically they kept me in the corral for a good while, and I had all these people coming out to talk to me, and I explained my situation. And in the end, they let me through, and I asked them, okay, so that there's no problem next time, what do I need to do? What forms do I need? What? They had no idea. They believed that I shouldn't have been doing what I was doing, but they had no idea what I was supposed to do, and I think that's why they let me through. So, yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, someone's telling me in the chat how to make chapters, which I'm not going to do during the live stream, and I'm sure I'll be able to find that during the chat after. I think you should email that to me. I imagine you're your biggest fan from Mexico. Been playing LOTFP as my main system since 2018. Well, thank you. Sounds like how I feel running a biz out of Malta as a U.S. citizen. Yeah, that's. I'm familiar with the stress die mechanic from the Alien RPG. I am not. Yeah, the description of the mechanic, I don't know what the base mechanic is, so I don't know how this is affecting it. It's the latest ETA, the referee book. Well, hopefully, I'm missing the second edit deadline at the end of this month. It depends when the new books are delivered, because then those have to go on sale fairly soon. And hopefully there will be sufficient orders that it'll take me at least a week to get them all packed. So I have to wait until that's done before I can really start setting new realistic goals. Sorry, that's the one legitimate embarrassment things that people can knock me all day and night and forever for. But yeah, so let's see. So I think the next thing to do, maybe, perhaps, is read my draft of the LOTFP writing guidelines. Would you people like to hear that? As I wait, there's one yes. How brutal is shipping from the EU to the US currently? Well, it depends what you mean by brutal. I mean, it's not great, but the contract rates I have from the local post office and DHL and UPS. And UPS, they lowered their prices for this year. It's especially if you're in the EU with the amounts that people usually order, the prices have gone down. I don't know. Maybe they upgraded my contract, and I don't know. What's the email? lotfp@lotfp.com. That's my email anyway. Let's see. Will you bring referee books to North Texas RPG? That's, even if I get the second edit done, that still seems unlikely that the thing's going to be press ready by mid-April. That'd really be pushing it, and that's what would be necessary to even have a chance for them to be delivered from the printer in time to bring with me. So, yeah. Okay. Lamentations of the Flame Princess draft, not final thing. This doesn't mean send me stuff using this. Don't rush the Raggi. I should be rushed, but then I don't know. That's the whole thing. Anyway, this is the draft. Now, this is for people who are, who I haven't worked with before, and this is the kind of thing I want from them. It's going to be directing for shorter adventures. Now, this doesn't mean that that's all I want to publish. It's just if I haven't worked with you before, it's like this is the preferred thing, and more complicated, bigger projects after we've done a little thing together. Okay. DHL through my broodmother Sky Fortress in the ocean. I would select UPS next time. I don't know. That's weird. Anyway, so okay. Let me read this now. The draft of the writer guidelines. This is a short document to basically be a writer's Bible for LOTFP, specifically to set out how LOTFP is different from Dungeons & Dragons thematically and in presentation, since people tend to take LOTFP as dark D&D, but I see it as fundamentally different in all but basic rules engine. First, I'm looking first and foremost for standalone adventures that are ready to play. Not a lot of prep work for the referee for beginning players and characters. The basic format for gaming adventures and the best old D&D adventures is old Scooby-Doo and old Star Trek, specifically The Next Generation. There's this place you come upon, and there's a mystery to be solved, a threat to be overcome that a simple show of force won't accomplish. But there's a space to have a look around and people and or things to interact with and to give the whole thing a little color. And in the end, if you're a little bit clever and a little bit lucky in approaching the problem, basically if you're not Worf, you can get by. As opposed to my stereotyping of modern day such stories in RPGs, where it's less about taking stock characters with what's going on here then being the focus, as it should be, and more there's a quest on which to go, where the quest acts as a vehicle for all the personal character moments and blah, blah, blah. It is important that you never specify who the player characters need to be. You can't know who they're going to be, so you have to concentrate on your adventure location. Establish it as a place with things happening that feels like it exists independent of the game. And then the player characters come in. There need to be things to do in the adventure space, bits to mess with. Players should be able to interact in ways that may end up with them setting their own goals rather than the goals you as author assume they should have. Basically, you want to structure an adventure so it is about a situation or a place within which there are things to do rather than a series of things for the players to do. LOTFP has a reputation for explicit content, be it gore or nudity or what have you. That is style, not content. If you're not a metalhead or a horror fiend and that stuff isn't your style, don't force it in. I want your style reflected. Important. Also, when submitting any drafts, also include the title and your name, pen name if you're using a pseudonym, and contact email in the document. I print out and read those away from the computer. The file name should be the adventure title plus version number. If I get a new file with even a single different thing, that file name should reflect an updated version number. You'd be responsible for the playtesting of any adventure you write. Now then, adventures are to be designed with the assumption that it is possible for player characters to successfully navigate the adventure, never that they will. We know after the fact whether they were the intrepid heroes, the successful explorers, the hard luck losers who had to run away to fight another day, or the source of the bone pile the next adventurers will trot upon. Gameplay should be challenging, and it's not a real challenge if the assumption is that the players will win. In LOTFP, the referee should be assumed to be a disinterested observer, not the same thing as uninterested. Setting. LOTFP tends to favor the real world, 1630 as a setting. Reasons? Medieval fantasy doesn't really resemble medieval times anyways, and 1630 exists in that liminal phase where a lot of modern-day ways of the world, nations, parliaments, capitalism, etc., have come into being, so a lot of assumptions people make about their game worlds for the sake of player relatability really are there, but a lot of the world is still a blank map, no matter where you're from, so the exploration and mystery so important to RPG play is intact. It's also, by my reckoning, the worst time to have ever been alive, no matter where in the world you were, so that helps if trying to highlight horrific themes. Also, the real-world setting prevents the other fantasy RPG trope, where the setting as a whole is all gods and magic and creatures and all sorts of wild stuff, but again, for the sake of relatability, the normal people of the setting, for some reason, still act like we'd recognize people acting. Now, when I say real world, I mean it in the way that horror movies and stories do it. It's the real world. There's just this awful supernatural stuff happening off to the sides. People who make horror movies don't explain their real world settings as an alternate Earth or any some such. It's our world. They're just messing around with it a bit. 2 cautions here. Don't create false or secret history that messes with or explains real history. The mandate is that history as we understand it happened the way we understand it. Don't Doctor Who things by establishing that every real-world historical event was because of aliens or magic. Assume at the start of your thing history is normal. Now the ramifications for the adventure may change history from that point in play forward. There is no assumption that history follows as we know it after the start of play. The history is the setting and background, not the thing we're playing with. Alternate histories happening alongside our own might be fine, though. Now, the real world does not prevent standard adventuring tropes. The world in 1630 had a lot less people in it, less than 10% of our current numbers. Transportation was much slower, and as mentioned, people had a lot less knowledge about the world at large. There are strange goings on in the catacombs of Paris, if there's a wizard causing trouble on the Scottish moors, if there's a dungeon nestled in the Swiss Alps, that doesn't break history or the real world. Same as every horror movie premise allows the real world to chug along smoothly while something awful is happening locally. That said, you don't have to use history or the real world. If you have your own fictional village where you want to set things, just pick a region to place it so you know what to name everyone. And you want to write a dungeon, just pick a place where it's hidden and hand wave the rest. Adventures like Tower of the Stargazer, Grinding Gear, Monolith, Doom Cave, and more aren't specified in any real-world place. And even things like Cursed Chateau, God That Crawls, Blood in the Chocolate, Punchline, and Idea from Space that do specify real-world regions, it's just flavor, and it's a mere reskin to move them to any referee's preferred setting or location. TLDR, the real world is just flavor, not something that must be specifically featured in your adventure. If you prefer to present something definitely not on Earth, well, anything resembling recognizable fantasy setting really doesn't work, but we do have precedent as Red and Pleasant Land and the Barbarians of the Orange Boiling Seas, for two examples, are set elsewhere, but there are methods to connect them to other worlds. Outer forces and aliens, not folklore. Here's the big break between LOTFP and D&D. One of D&D's defining features is that basically anything from folklore is at some point statted up and made real, a real blender of everything. That effectively makes this magic, these monsters, even the gods and such, as natural parts of the setting. That's fantasy, but not weird fantasy. To be weird is something I'll let the masters explain. Here's H.P. Lovecraft from the Supernatural Horror in Literature essay. Required reading. Quote, "The true weird tale has something more than secret murder, bloody bones, or a sheeted form clanking chains according to rule. A certain atmosphere of breathless and unexplainable dread of outer unknown forces must be present, and there must be a hint, expressed with a seriousness and portentousness becoming its subject, of that most terrible conception of the human brain, a malign and particular suspension or defeat of those fixed laws of nature which are our only safeguards against the assaults of chaos and the demons of unplumbed space." Unquote. Algernon Blackwood had the absolute best in-story explanations of the weird I've ever seen in his story, The Willows. And I'll read 3 passages from that here. Quote, "You think it is the spirit of the elements, and I thought perhaps it was the old gods, but I tell you now it is neither. These would be comprehensible entities, for they have relations with men, depending upon them for worship or sacrifice, whereas these beings who are now about us have absolutely nothing to do with mankind, and it is mere chance that their space happens just at this spot to touch our own." Unquote. Next passage, quote, "We had strayed into some region or some set of conditions where the risks were great, yet unintelligible to us, where the frontiers of some unknown world lay close about us. It was a spot held by the dwellers in some outer space, a sort of peephole whence they could spy upon the earth, themselves unseen, a point where the veil between had worn a little thin. As the final result of too long a sojourn here, we should be carried over the border and deprived of what we called our lives, yet by mental, not physical processes. In that sense, as he said, we should be the victims of our adventure, a sacrifice." Unquote. The final passage, quote, "There are forces close here that could kill a herd of elephants in a second as easily as you or I could squash a fly. Our only chance is to keep perfectly still. Our insignificance perhaps may save us." Unquote. That's Algernon Blackwood from The Willows. I was reading those passages from. Anyway, that's the weird. So all of the myths and legends of mankind are just that, myths and legends. False. The beliefs and practices of magic as our real-world ancestors understood, believed, and practiced don't work. There aren't trolls in the woods, and phenomenon described by the Malleus Maleficarum, sorry for pronunciation, are not real, etc. People within the setting will believe in all that, of course, but the real things are from elsewhere. Magic is simply the energy of other dimensions spilling through the borders between realities. The tricky part of this approach is that it's all too easy to just fall back into Lovecraft pastiche. Careful there. Don't take the weird premise and do something normal or expected. But if you're going to go there, don't lean on the usual hits. Oh, and related to this, an out-of-place pronouncement. One thing I do when doing open calls is if there are a number of similar-looking things appearing on a lot of different pitches, I throw out all of them. If it's too much in the zeitgeist, I don't want to touch it at all. Very relevant because, frankly, I never, ever want to see the word witch ever again in a pitch. Monsters. Use unique monsters, never ones out of a manual. Players should never know exactly what to expect from a weird monster, so anything that elicits familiarity or creates specific expectations runs counter to the point. But the lure to use something familiar is always there. If you're going to go that route, you'd better bloody well do something damned interesting. Anyway, keep in mind that a monster is not necessarily something to be fought. In fact, designing an adventure in terms of encounters or set pieces is not good design to begin with. See above, a situation or place within which there are things to do rather than a series of things for the players to do principle. If all your monster is a bag of hit points for players to play hit point attrition with, you need to go back to the drawing board for something more interesting. And try to avoid monster races, especially humanoid races. If you're using a non-human stand-in for something that functions in all ways like a human, why aren't you just using humans? Thought experiment. How does classic Keep on the Borderlands adventure change if there are no kobolds, orcs, goblins, etc., just different groups of people? I recycle ideas. I do. And try to avoid making your adventure a safari with a bunch of different monsters. We're not looking for a fun house of varied experiences here. We're looking for a tight adventure in this format. Figure out what the one weird thing is in this adventure, and if it's a robust idea, then that's enough. Red herrings and coincidentals are always fun, but keep your main thing the main thing. Demi-humans. Oh, fun times. Having a rulebook that's a cross-compatible play reference for general OSR play, but not establishing the particulars of the game in question. In line with the weird, not standard fantasy, lack of folkloric reality, and the uniqueness of monsters versus having monster species, leave demi-humans out of adventure materials. If a group uses them in their home games, that's fine. It's just that the adventure happens to not have any of them. But if they're not using them in their home game and the adventures have them, that becomes an obstacle for use. There is a loophole concerning this that is canon LOTFP, but it's up to you to find out, and even if you do, maybe your first adventure with me is not the place to exploit it. Humans. Classed/leveled individuals should be rare. Not every soldier is a fighter, you know? It's perfectly fine to just use 0-level humans for most purposes, and then note a bonus in some way. The guards are 0 level with a +1 to attack rolls. The distinction remains important for saving throws, etc. Clerics. Someone was waiting for this in the chat. Clerics. A cleric is much like a demi-human, something for cross-system compatibility. You should not have following a religion grant magical powers, as that defines the cosmology of the campaign in some ways that players shouldn't ever be privy to. And if using the real world, it becomes a mess. Would religious people of all types and traditions receive the same powers? Do you pick a real religion? And if so, why doesn't everyone convert to it? So, priest is a job, a social function, not a practitioner of magic and LOTFP supplemental material. In my home games, I just fold the cleric spells into the magic user list so that magic users are the only spellcasters for publishing purposes. If they are also a priest, then using the example above, a cleric would just be a diluted magic user who stumbled onto their power through a religious tradition and has just convinced themselves their power comes from God. There's every reason a magic user's library and laboratory, why did I say laboratory, lose so much value when switched between casters. Again, If a group uses them in their home games, that's fine. It's just that the adventure happens to not have any of them. But if they're not using them in their home game and the adventures have them, that's an obstacle for use. Magic users. A witch, a wizard, a scientist, a demonologist, or shaman is not an LOTFP magic user, but an LOTFP magic user might have originally been one of these things. There are people who, while researching either fake magics or the sciences, stumbled upon some hint of the outer powers, and rather than discounting it as lunacy or a mistake, became obsessed with it. Think of mad scientists like Victor Frankenstein. Hammer's version is exquisite, particularly in Frankenstein Created Woman. Or Joseph Heider, Griffin, Dr. Moreau, John Hammond, yeah, he wasn't the nuts and bolts scientist, but work with me here. Seth Brundle, Herbert West, etc., etc., etc. The so obsessed with something or idea, the morality and reality fall by the wayside in its pursuit. Not likely to be much concerned with earthly powers or affairs if they don't impact or distract from the work. Don't just take real-world scientists from the early modern period and make them secret wizards. Magic isn't science, even if that is the angle that magic users took to stumble upon strange powers. They could have stumbled onto real power through hocus-pocus witchcraft, as Keziah Mason did, but that is no more likely to lead them to magic than through music, like Eric Zahn. To repeat, please don't just have a witch and make them a magic user on a first submission, as it has been done to death. Since magic users are humans breaking reality, they should be very rare, and the greater society should find their existence utterly intolerable. Think of how you'd feel if you found out your asshole, inconsiderate neighbor in the apartment underneath you had set up a meth lab and was fiddling around with plutonium and was somehow in your dreams. Never mind the religious objections contemporary people would have with magic. The presence of a magic user is an existential danger. This works well in my home games, too. Whenever a player character magic user has the summon spell, all of the other players absolutely forbid the casting of the spell in most cases. It's awesome and exactly what I'd intended. So the placement of a wizard in an adventure should never be done offhandedly. They must be given personality and focus, and utmost care, because every wizard is a potential source of new magical power for player character magic users should the spell books be captured. So definitely don't overdo it. To make sure appropriate care is taken with placing NPC magic users, there are 2 rules. Number 1, you must always account for the spellbook of every magic user you place in an adventure. Number 2, you must create 1 custom spell for every magic user used. This individualizes them further and makes you think of what exactly is the deal with this crazy person. Magic items. Magic items are not power-up items for characters. They are not something of obvious use or that society would like to have a ready supply of. They are not things created by wizards to help them do understandable things like pour out endless water, allow the carrying of extra treasure, or fly upon a carpet. Usually they are complications. Wrong. Side effects an amoral magic user casually discards like unwanted nuclear waste. In that analogy, think of magic items that have been irradiated by extra-dimensional energy which causes our reality to bend and break, which is what magic is. Some of the effects of a particular infected item may be beneficial to certain people with limited specific goals in the way that some terrorists would love nuclear waste. Some magic items may not be useful even in those cases, but a magic item should always be cause for concern. A monkey's paw, where using its useful function has some unwanted side effect. Cursed. A player character with a magic item should make the rest of the party nervous. That's how far I got. I got some stuff about contract stuff, but I don't need to leave that out. So that's the draft I have of trying to get people to present something that feels Lamentations, where I'm not always going to have to, send the notes. Yeah, this is too much like D&D. This is too much like D&D. Yeah. Are these writing guidelines going to be typed out somewhere? Yes, they are. But this is just a draft, so I'm not sending them out to people. I'm presenting them to you all for critique and evaluation. Why no more printing of Scenic Dunsmith? I'm glad I own it, but why is it out of print? Scenic Dunsmith is being reprinted by Zarkov. Yeah, he's doing that stuff himself now. Yeah. So what do you think? What for those of you listening, and supposedly there are about 50 of you, what things in that in those guidelines you think need to be explained better, or that you have an issue with, or you want to fight me about? Let's have a discussion about that. And while you're typing that in, considering your interest in adventures using real-world history, is there any relevant nonfiction you would recommend? Jeffrey Parker's Global Crisis, War, Climate Change, and Catastrophe in the 17th Century. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Cunningham and Grell. Oh, God. See, this is another question people always ask. Why didn't I take these books down from the shelf? Oh, boy. Yeah, there's plenty. There's the Oxford Handbook of Early Modern Europe. That's always good if you're doing Europe. Also, the Blackwell History of Europe series, Fractured Europe, 1600 to 1721. That's a good one. It's a good overall primer. There is a book, I think, called Europe's Tragedy, although I've got all sorts of crap covering up a lot of the books on my shelf. So let me see if I can... Yeah, The 30 Years' War, Europe's Tragedy by Peter H. Wilson. That'll do you. I mean, Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad those guidelines weren't as fleshed out when I submitted Agnes. I don't think it would have made the cut. Yeah, well, the thing with Agnes, yeah, it's got the witch thing, but that's not really the point of it. The Butchery of Agnes Gooder. I mean, just the fact that was for a weird crusher and that had the gimmick of the paper doll kind of thing. And I'm a big softie. If you have a thing I don't like, but it's dressed up in such a good idea, I might not be able to resist, which I shouldn't tell people that, because then they're just going to go on and all the stuff I don't want. I think you could include the entire speech by the old farmer. Shouldn't it contain a morality clause? Yes. Thou shalt not be moral. Jim, if someone wants to pitch a LOTFP project to you, what's the best way to do that? Email to lotfp@lotfp.com, although it may get put into a folder until I'm ready to deal with more submissions. Had a great session with Butchery. Gave the party photocopies and a scalpel. Scalpel is what I assume you're saying there. Raggi says no folklore. Well, no. I'm not saying no folklore. I'm saying no folklore that is determined to be actually factually real. There's a difference there, because if you're going to really go in for the real world setting, you can put in all the folklore you want. It's just there's not a real Sphinx, that kind of thing. That's the limitation. Not that avoid folklore, but avoid establishing it as actual reality. That's the is there an Agnes? Again, we got a problem here with. I piled the entire catalog up so it would be nice and convenient to access. But now, how do I find a single weird crusher in a big pile of stuff? The answer is I don't. What a catastrophe. What Noel bears. Clarify actual reality. Statements that these are fact or that they are actual reality in the adventure. Well, actual reality is... See, I'm not sure what you mean. That these are facts or actual reality in the adventure. I mean, how is that different for purposes of writing the adventure? I mean, if people believe... I mean, the traditional things that people believe should be, it's like... I know there are people that actually believe in Bigfoot, but most people don't think Bigfoot is real. But if you're wanting to use the legend of Bigfoot, using the legend is different than here's Bigfoot. Fuck, Bigfoot Dogman is real. Gotcha. Erda's is... What's YS? I feel like I should know that. It's not ringing a bell. Or Atlantis are fine as long as they're substantially distinct from legend, a subversion, or simply that they aren't really, but where it might have come from. Funding your reading of one item from your submissions folder. Thanks, Raggi. How great. Yes, well, thank you. Super chats. Oh, it's so exciting. How many times have I been, watching live streams from other channels and I see them getting super chats and I thought, how neat would it be to just get money for the talking? And now I'm getting super chats and it's like, what is even happening? Thank you, though. Thank you very much. Are magic users more like artists or mad scientists? Well, the examples I gave were more mad scientists. And I think I use that model. I think I use the model of mad scientists because they're always after something. They're always wanting to make something, which I think suits. But artists could work too. Although just off the top of my head, if I put some thought into it, it might be easier. But it's like, what a magic user that's trying to compose the perfect symphony or paint the perfect picture, how does that create the conflict around them versus, oh, I want to open the portal to another, it's a magic user that doesn't create some sort of friction or conflict through their magic usering. I don't know. It's any chance of reprinting the ref screen? I don't think I ever printed one yet in the first place. That's, Jim, would you ever consider being a special guest player in a streaming game of LOTFP? Yes, I would. I mean, that's asking me to play in a game is usually not a hard sell. It's just getting the scheduling. It's I'm running in a Zoom game, once a week or once every other week, depending on schedules right now, and it's not awful. It's not preferred, but I wouldn't want to run that way. Let's see. Sorry, just seeing if anyone's okay. So, yeah. Oh, I've been doing this for 2 hours. It's still going. 61 people now watching. So if I say out of character, this is a fact versus in flavored text, I say it is a fact. Or are we just talking about avoiding topics that might offend people? Okay. Well, topics that might offend people is not a problem for LOTFP generally. I don't want Lamentations to be used to try to convince people about any specific belief. I certainly don't want to. It would be a bad thing to try to promote some real world idea about current events through the medium of Lamentations of the Flame Princess. I wouldn't want that. But the deal is that I don't know if it's something that we recognize. The folklore thing. It's like if it's something that we as modern people recognize as not real, that comes from folklore, then it's something that, and again, this is a generalization. I'm sure people can pick out 100 different examples from the actual books where that's contradicted this. But if there's something that we understand from folklore as not being real from our present day perspective, it shouldn't be portrayed as being real in the time either. Of course, if the characters in the adventure might think it's real, it's different from being I don't. PSA, please click the thumbs up and like this video. Oh yes, there are 60 people watching. 46 people have hit the like button. I think everybody watching this should hit the like button. Well, if you like it. I mean, if you hate listening, then I don't know why you do that, but maybe you're not going to hit the like button. But if you're actually listening and you are interested at all in what I'm talking about, please hit that like button. Even if you're listening to this later on when it's not live, please hit that like button because this stuff matters for some reason. The Google algorithm, Google algorithm, YouTube algorithm. It matters. So yeah, now we've got more likes than current watchers. Thank you. Thank you, Bill, for reminding me to do that annoying like and subscribe and the bell notification button. That moment when you realize that annoying thing that everybody does is done for a reason. Oh, God, I'm now one of them. I'm a real butthead YouTuber. Yeah. Yeah, hit that bell notification. Hit that bell. Get notifications. Don't miss LOTFP content. I just hit it. I was busy putting babies on spikes. I'm free now. No, you don't put the babies on the spikes because all they're going to do is scream. The same thing that they do when they're not on spikes. You got to wait till they're old enough to be able to express coherent thoughts. So that way, they'll be more colorful in how they express their torment. And that is really when that's really when it's most enjoyable to put someone on a spike. If they're just going to scream whether or not they're on a spike, why bother with the spike, What about a video game adaptation of LOTFP? Well, if you're a video game developer and would like to license IP, that get in touch. I mean, I don't know anything about video game production. The video games I play are all like city builder kind of stuff. So I don't, the last RPG type thing I played on a computer was Ultima 7. So was that 30 years ago? So I'm not the person to produce a video game. Smash the like button in a radio DJ voice. Oh God, I haven't even listened to the radio in forever. Patriotic Gestalt, $3 super chat with a thumbs up. Well, thumbs up back to you. There's a baby in a meat slicer. A line from a... See, I want to say Sam Hain because that's how it's spelled, but I know that's wrong. How did Danzig spell? Well, Last Caress, also has some great lines. Also Danzig involved. I am concerned when I think of you in charge of a city, dude. As well you should be, because I am not building the cities for the benefit of its citizens and city builders. I either want to basically pack them in to just get the population numbers up like it's a score where I win, and it's just an absolutely hellish slum as densely packed as I can make it. Or I build stuff and then say, oh, tornado! Oh, look at the little fuckers run, Have you played Banished? Yes, that is actually my city builder of choice. My one complaint about it, if it's even a complaint, is that they have the nomads that come in every so often after you build the city hall. And I understand they didn't want to make like a combat Warcraft games. Like, I understand it, but the fact that they just come in, and if you say nope, don't want you, that they just leave. There's something that feels off about that. Like, there's something that there should be more options of what happens when all these strangers just come upon your community. But yeah. Naked Raggi action figure. See, that's one of those things that if I was wildly successful and wanted to do it for shits and giggles, great idea. But action figures would be a serious investment, and perhaps Naked Raggi action figures are not the best place to be placing an investment in right now. Okay. Put the babies in a cell, feed and water them, let them ripen. I'm monetizing this live stream. I don't do video games anymore, but my 7-year-old played Legend of Grimrock Dungeon Crawler with auto mapping turned off and gave him grid and pencil. He hates me now. I used to do that with Bard's Tale. And then, you go buy the clue book at the computer game store, and it's like, oh, we have to do that no more. You should have a clear book, like a solid book that is clear plastic. I'm going to write that down. No, okay. Oh, here's the idea. Here, of course, at the rate I do things, I can put my full attention towards this, and someone else will come out with it a decade before I manage to. What if you have a book that's so clear all the way through? Like, I don't like when I went to school. I don't know what they use these days, but there was always the overhead projector where they had like the transparencies, and the teacher would like write the stuff on the clear plastic that gets projected onto the screen. Well, what if the book is a clear plastic book and all of the pages are like transparency plastic printing, so the whole freaking thing is just see-through? And then you'd have to do something clever with the way the pages stack and something like that. Sort of like Gloom, the card game, the way that works with the clear cards. I don't know. Because I always thought, as soon as you talk about a game, I mean, Gloom, that's... you see, I always think about, what if I do card games? It's like, I don't know anything about card games. I know jack shit about card games, but I like Gloom. And I think that's got a very Lamentations atmosphere. It's like, let's try to shit all over our own family. And it's like, that's a very, very nice attitude. Let's see. Shane Ward, just hanging out off to work for late shift, an hour or so. Cold as the North Pole today. Oh, very good. Joe the lawyer. Hello. Let's see. The concept behind the movie of the 13th Warrior. Oh, God, I only saw that once, and that was years ago. I don't remember much about it. It was a Muslim hanging out with some Vikings, and there was an enemy. Antonio Banderas. That's as much as I remember of 13th Warrior. Let's see. I have an overhead projector I use for dungeon maps on the wall. You can print onto transparent plastic, but can't touch them. They smudge. Yeah, I always thought, I wouldn't. I wonder how much overhead projectors are on Amazon. But then that would just encourage, make the players do the map still. Because that's what I do when I'm running games. I make the players map. I don't give them shit. I don't do shit for them. That's the one. So LOTFP brand overhead projectors. Yes, that's more wise investing advice from the live stream chat. The bad guys, tribal, were dressed up like monsters and had convinced the local populace that they were monsters. Okay, that's an interesting idea because that's sort of like a bait and switch. That's sort of like the Whisperers from Walking Dead as well. So, sort of, kind of. Well, maybe exactly, but that's more world specific. Berserker werewolf stories. Well, Berserker Scooby-Doo. Hopefully that's just a stupid joke and I'm missing the context, but otherwise, please don't. Let's see. Berserker werewolf stories. Well, see, if you want to do an LOTFP, for example, this movie which is coming out, which will be in theaters in Finland, I'm so happy. Cocaine Bear. And it's like perfect. Absolutely perfect. And so, like, Berserker werewolf stories, well, supposedly the Vikings made it to the New World way before Columbus did. Maybe someone hooked him up with cocaine and berserkers. Redbubble. LOTFP Redbubble. T-shirts, mugs. That's actually... Yeah, would that be an awful idea? Because, just printing the stuff out. Yeah, well, Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I should look into that Redbubble. Because back in my zine days, this was... Oh, God, this is now 17 years ago. Now 15, 16 years ago. The print-on-demand merch sites had horrible quality. And I've never tried again since, but it's been almost 20 years. Maybe print-on-demand merch doesn't suck anymore. Yeah. Have you ever considered making randomized books? Like each book is different? No. Sort of. Like, remember the Clue movie? I believe when that was first released, now on the streaming or the home video, they put the 3 or 4 different endings all in a row. But I think when it was released, because I didn't see it in the theater, so I don't know if this is bullshit, but what I think happened is that when you watch the movie, it would have one of the endings, and you only saw the one, but there were 3 or 4 different endings that it was possible that you'd be seeing. So I've had an idea of doing a book like that, where there's like the one page, the finale, the big main point, where there'd be a number of different versions but that's tricky because technically each version should have its own product code and its own ISBN, but that would ruin the effect. So I'd probably just do it illegally. But yeah, that's the idea that the book you get is not going to be the whole book's different, but there'll be 3 or 4 different resolutions. And when you buy the book, you have no idea that this is the case. Correct regarding Clue and theatrical releases. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds like the variant cover scam Marvel enjoys. Well, no, because with this, I'm doing the variant cover scam in the upcoming releases at the printer now. But what I'm talking is that it'll have the same cover. It'll just have some different insides. Like the actual content will, a little bit of it. It'll be just like a page difference. It's not, yeah. That would drive collectors nuts, dude. I love driving collectors nuts. Legal in the eyes of the beholder. Now, legal pertains to like laws. Well, I think there are laws in Finland about how about how the ISBNs are used, because the ISBNs are provided by a government agency. I don't pay for ISBNs, so even if it's just Finnish library regulations, but those be laws. But there are rules to follow, and it is administered by government agency. So, yeah. How will I track down all the variants as a proud bucket owner? I don't know, because the entire point would be they would be indistinguishable unless you actually go to page 45 or what the hell ever. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. The TV behind me is now just displaying my leg. It's a good thing I am wearing pants. I'm busted for being clothed. So what's going on here? 80x2. Okay, there I am again. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, that's too much. I don't know. Yes, we need the side view or else we have no comfort. Yeah, see, when I said all the, oh God, you can still see me. Oh God, it's still, because when I started this, it was still light outside. So there was other light coming. And now you just see me. Oh God. Okay, maybe I should just kill that gimmick. TV just went into sleep mode, but should it be going into sleep mode if there's actual movement? It's leg day today. Ooh. Yeah. No lady ghost on the live. Actually, the ghost was briefly in the chat earlier. It'd be hilarious if the TV booted up Jim's last session on Pornhub. Well, actually, I don't. I've used the TV to stream from Netflix before, but I don't have a active Netflix account. And I've streamed it from YouTube before, but I've never. Yeah, I don't know how to just cast other websites onto the TV. The ghost. Here I am. The ghost. See. Can't see now. See, you can't even see. It's defeating the whole point of doing the whole thing. I wonder what happens. Oh God! See, someone had to make me look at the screen, and now I'm thinking, oh God, what's doing this? So let's see if no, the light's not. See, now that's just weird. That's just weird. Yeah, I think the TV gimmick we need to kill, because that's. I think it jumped the camera. It was good earlier. Yeah, but it's not the camera. It's the TV. It's the angle where it's showing my moving leg, and because that's monitoring Raggi from distance. That freaking ghost. Son So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I like the well, sort of picking up my face. I don't know. Yeah, the problem is it's my I'm reflecting off the TV, so you're not seeing what's on the TV. Turn off your lights to see the TV. Yes, but if I turn off the lights, then but here's the problem here. Turn that off, and then you're still there's still well. Hold on. Yeah, then the camera can't see me to put anything on the television. So yeah. Yeah, lighting is hard. Yeah, well, it was working when there was light coming in through the window, but let's see. I love you back. Lighting's hard. Woo, weirdness. You should stream your games that you're playing weekly, bi-weekly with Jeff and Zach. That would be up to Jeff primarily because he's running the games. I am just a player. He tells me, we're having a game at this time, and I say, okay, I can show up. I'm not riveting. Yes, that's what we do here. Riveting content. Okay. I read the things I was going to read. Now I'm just reacting to the chat. What's the next thing? I mean, are there any other dramatic readings you would like me to do? Shall I just come up with some random thing I saw on the internet that I want to complain about and accidentally say the wrong thing and then everyone hates me? What do you want? Have you ever had to stop reading a book for a minute and just sit and go, wow, then go back to reading? If so, what causes those reactions in you? Oh, goodness. I think some of the... I don't know. It's got to be like a non sequitur. It's usually nothing profound that does it. It's usually something that's very weird and inappropriate, where it's just like, I can't believe they said that, and it's in a both negative and very positive way. And I think for all of the bizarro fiction that's out there, the stuff that's really dramatic reading of OGL 1.2. Yeah, let's skip that. But it's why I keep Genital Grinder is my go-to example of bizarro fiction, because it's just the biggest gross out and so inappropriate and just so awful that I literally I could not believe what I was reading when I first read it. Yeah, and it's that sort of reaction. Also, when I first read Towers 2 from Joe Bittman, I could not believe what I was reading, and that I read that on the plane going to the UK Games Expo one year. And so when I landed and got to the venue, I was trying to get other people, let me read this bit to you. Oh my God, he shoves the dick up the ass. And What's the work you've written that you're most proud of? I think my best work is Better Than Any Man. Can I get away with saying that one? Top 3 are American death metal bands from the 90s. Are you saying American or Armenian? Or what are you saying? But from the 90s, death metal from the 90s. Oh God, now you ask me lists because I think of American death metal. It's like Deicide, Morbid Angel, Death. It's like no, those are 80s. Even who came up in the 90s? Because I was already moving away from like death metal, 94, 95. So the bands that were forming after the first wave and getting their albums out, I wasn't paying much attention to. I'm sure if you name some things, I'll go, oh yeah. Yeah. Let's get this going, but let's just. Oh, okay, that works. Very good. Okay, so coming up on 2.5 hours of being on the live stream, and I can go all night. If you can bust out 3 Armenian death metal bands, I'll have huge respect. I actually cannot do that. I probably could if I went to Metal Archives, but that would be cheating and wouldn't actually count. When is Daughter Brides going to be back in stock in the U.S. store? When is it going to be in stock in the U.S. store? Well, it was put out, it's a limited print run because I was told by the once I was notified that distribution, and it's a booklet, so we had a limited print run, so there wasn't just piles of them in the warehouse, but the direct orders sold well, and so there wasn't enough for distribution, so I had to order more. But the distribution sales, that's going to be coming out next month. So I'll see if there's any left after that because we've gone through the distribution solicitation. There has to be enough copies for them. So after the initial wave of the retail orders is done, then we can see what's left over to sell through. Let's see. One of my greatest joys in life was going to art shows in school and asking what the worst work was. It makes people really uncomfortable, and people will say what their favorite things are, but they don't like to answer the worst. Actually, hold on. I have the catalog here. What would be the worst? 'Cause I don't. See, now I see off the top of my, it's like, okay, I'll answer you, but then I got to look through what is my stuff so I can answer the worst. Yeah, that's rough. What would I consider the worst? I think. I don't know. I mean, I would have thought. I mean, as a standalone, I mean the No Dignity in Death and People of Pembrokeshire as a combination worked well. If you just got People of Pembrokeshire on its own, I don't know how that would work. Yeah, and Sounds of the Mushroom Kingdom was like more like a toolkit than a coherent thing. So maybe on that basis, that one. Actually, No Dignity in Death, even that one, the second part of it, the middle part with the saving the maiden from the dragon part, a lot of that as designed is just the players watching something else, watching NPCs do stuff. So the second part of that is pretty weak, although I think the Bumblebee Bandit and the Banshee parts, I think are pretty solid. Yeah. Another movie inspiration. Would you consider Big Trouble in Little China in the vein of LOTFP, provided you adapted the concept to more of a medieval or Renaissance setting? Yeah, I think well, I like Big Trouble in Little China. Whether that's LOTFP, it's, I don't know, maybe something that's like something Kelvin would do. Do you have a defining moment where you realized you wanted to do this with your life? Oh God, here's this story again. I've wanted, I think at some point I was always going to be an RPG publisher, but I always thought it would be like a side part-time thing. I realized that this could be like an actual job profession kind of thing. This was back in 2009. I found out that the government gave grants to foreigners to start businesses. And I thought, oh, I can get this grant and scam the government into paying me to do role-playing books, and I can keep myself from getting a real job for a few months more. And, oh boy. Well, I got the grant money. It was something like 500 euros a month for 9 months. I think that's what it was. And, it wasn't fraudulent in that I actually made role-playing stuff and people liked it and kept buying it. And then I made more stuff and people kept buying it. And I made more stuff and people kept buying it. And then I decided, oh, let's do a full print run and print 2,000. And people kept buying it. And it's like, it wasn't a defining moment where I realized this is what I wanted to do with my life. It was that moment like, shit, this is my life now. Can LOTFP be funny? Yes, I hope so. I did a reading from Fuck for Satan earlier, and that was only intended to be funny. So, I just got an order for Towers 2. So I have to wonder if it's one of you people listening that just heard me say something about it that caused that, because that doesn't get a lot of sales on a day-to-day basis, and certainly not just a few minutes after I talked about it. Okay, I think cryptids are kind of a great area, as there are a ton of creatures that were previously thought to be folkloric. It turned out to be real when new evidence came to light. Yes, but how would that work in an adventure format? I mean, that's the thing. It's one thing to say, is this suitable? It's not necessarily, the answer to is this suitable isn't necessarily in the thing itself, but what are you doing with it? Yeah. So, 52 people are tuning in. 53, yes. So, would you ever allow a different size of book? There would have to be a very good reason for it. I suppose just to have uniformity of format isn't the best reason to do that. Although, assuming, of course, you like a bigger book, it's just all of my packing material is assuming this size book and how I store everything. So it's kind of like I decided on the smaller format because big ass RPG books and stuff, it's like that's unwieldy. But then I just kind of settled into everything being the same size because why not? And then you get all your shipping supplies and everything, and you get in a groove, and then All those years later, it's like, well, yeah, that's just what we do. Standout shaped like a triangular book, that would be eye-catching. Yes, we've had ideas before. I drive the printer nuts. There has been an idea of having a hex-shaped book. Or, oh God, I don't remember the name of it. Hold on, let me look it up. Yeah, trapezoid, I think. Trying to do, a book where the corners aren't right angles. Yeah. Love LOTFP. Don't usually catch the streams because of scheduling. Grew up a weirdo, and it seems like the 90s, early 2000s were a better time for us. Keep doing your thing. I'm happy to support it. Thank you. I'd also like to see a normal A5 bookshelf that holds smaller books, or a big book that is 4 A5 books. Well, yeah, well, maybe. Yeah. Let's see the next thing. What's the next thing? Oh. One thing. Maybe I should look at my notes because I actually have one thing written down. Now that we've got 48 people now. Where'd you 5 people go? Want to quiz the chat group what you think of AI art? Because the general feeling I've been seeing out there is that AI art is bad. Mostly because it's unethically sourced in most cases. However, I now have one author that's wanting me to use AI art that he's putting together. Apparently, these people use prompts to get things that I can't figure out how to do. And I have somebody emailing me that's basically trying to convince me that AI art is an excellent idea and is not unethical, and it depends on the training algorithms and what they use and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's a big, I don't know. Is it, I mean, all of the ethics and behind the scenes and what ends up happening and what it's like a big quagmire that I'm just like, well, I don't know. It's I don't know that from my point of view, using AI art would lower the price of the books because I price books based on how much they cost to produce. And then there's a formula with a multiplier and stuff. So if you take out art costs, the books are cheaper. But, yeah. It's like, piss off the artist. Well, yeah, it's kind of like using public domain art. Well, sometimes that's appropriate. Photographs are bad too. You see, photographs in gaming stuff, it's like if the photos are actually good. Yeah. So I don't know, but yeah. My thought is that everything I'm reading about it is that put artists out of work, and it's these things are unethically sourcing actual real artist work and putting their stuff together, and it's like, and I'm not a cutting edge tech guy, but then an author shows up and it has a picture, and it's a good picture that he thinks is great, and it's like, okay, that's what the author wants as the cover of his book, and I'm going to spend $500 to have an artist do something like that, except you do it. And it's, yeah. I don't know. It's, I don't know. I don't know. Do you have a favorite monster? A favorite monster. How do you mean? Like a favorite monster in gaming or a favorite monster in like movie monster? I don't know. Yeah. As an artist, I don't like the idea of supporting my own demise. Also, who is to say what the company running the service is or is not deciding you get to see? Yeah, that's all. It's a big shit show. I was just listening to a podcast earlier today about the legal ramifications, like copyrights and stuff, concerning AI art. And the consensus there seemed to be that it's expensive to run the servers that are doing all these AI things, the Chat GPT and stuff. And that what they're doing now is basically marketing that the professional versions that are going to come later are going to be paid service. And it's like, okay, if I mean, I'd agree the stuff that's out there now is fine for personal use. Like if you need to come up with a thing for your home game, I don't give a shit. Anybody really commissioning artists, draw me a painting of the temple for my Saturday game. Is that a thing? But if there's AI art that's designed for professional use, that's, it's like that. Does that change the equation? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. They are inevitable. Some of the darker artists have gone even further. Grotesqueries, violence, and transgressive acts. AI won't touch that. Yeah, that's a good point. But again, as the technology changes and it's, dare I say, becomes more accessible, weirdos are going to adapt it to their use too. Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah. Weird world we have here, and the weirdness never stops coming. Yeah. I brought that up. So what's the next topic I need to discuss? What do you want to hear my opinions about? What are the hot takes you're interested in, people? Keep this going. Yeah. Okay, the next thing. Problem is when people try to pass off the stuff that it's not. Had an idea. How to draw a book where the DM learns how to draw the player handouts for an adventure in the book. How would you generalize that, though? I mean, how to if it's a very specific thing for a specific adventure. What's for dinner? Shit. I don't know. Started this live stream at 4:15 in the evening, or in the afternoon. What did I have to eat? I had made myself a couple grilled cheese sandwiches earlier. I had no plans of what I was going to do for food after that. Shit. I guess nothing. My water. I have no intention of getting up. And how ridiculous is this? Less than a week ago, I put on the internet a video of me running butt-ass naked through the snow. But I have absolutely no intention of standing up and going to the kitchen to get myself a snack or water so you all see my butt as I'm leaving. What sense does that make? But it's how I feel. It's like, this is real life. I'm talking to you. That was a skit. I got no problem just being a complete fool for a bit. But this is real. And it's like, I don't want to seem foolish being real. Yeah. LOTFP cookbook. There's an excellent cookbook out there that can work as an LOTFP cookbook. Let me double check the name before I. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if you want a good LOTFP cookbook, look up the cookbook called Natural Harvest. Perfect for all LOTFP fans. Yeah, Ghost, bring me some food. Why not do an LOTFP? What about the blue bread? Oh yeah, there's the story of. Oh, that was pre-LOTFP days, but I was. Yeah, I'll get to the super chat in a minute, but the blue bread question was first. Yeah, I'll tell this story. I like the longtime fans will hear these stories so much. You can adapt them as your own and start telling other people. Yeah, this is when I was running first edition AD&D for people when I was living in Vasa. That would have been somewhere between 2006 and 2008. And so there was a break. I wanted to let people know about the villains of the campaign, but it didn't make any sense to do it in the game. So one week I decided we're not playing D&D anymore. We're going to play Over the Edge for 1 week, and here's a bunch of pre-generated characters. And the idea is that the villains, which included, dimension hoppers, Githyanki were involved. So it's like they're going to have a conference and discuss their evil plans in Alamarja. And this session would be a way to let the players in on some of that without having their usual D&D characters need to be involved. And so one thing I did, because we had the gaming group, we met in the kitchen. At that time, what I was doing every week is I was baking bread during the sessions. And so people would have fresh bread. Well, this time I did the bread before the sessions, and I put blue food coloring in it, in the dough. So the idea is that, okay, now we're going to be doing something different. Your characters are all on the plane. You're landing on Alamarja, and before you land, the stewardess is offering you rolls. And I had real life. I had the serving platter. It was covered up, and I unleashed it, and I had real blue bread to serve to the players. And at least one of the players was like, "Oh my god!" and was like taking pictures of it. It was very good, very good thing. If you're gaming in your kitchen, cook for your players or bake for your players during the game. That is a great way to keep them coming back week after week. Now the super chat. Thank you. It's so weird getting super chats. Why not do an LOTFP second edition with the Mark Borg OGL? No. That's the first thing. And my thought is, I know that they're saying that Wizards is saying that the stuff that's been published with the original OGL is okay, but I think right now that's a bit weaselly worded. It's like, what does that mean for reprints down the line? And certainly I think they're still going to try to prevent new material from being produced with the 1.0. But as of right now, I mean, just last year I did a print run of rule books, and I have the ones at the printer right now with the alternate covers. So that'll cover me for maybe 2 or 3 years anyway. But as of right now, it's like, my thought is, for years and years and years, even if the language in the OGL 1.0a license itself doesn't make it perpetual and irrevocable, whatever legal language, even if the license itself doesn't have the correct wording. The fact is that on their website, to sell the OGL to other publishers, to sell its use, they promised that it could not be taken back. They promised that if they had a new OGL, you could ignore it and just use the old one. And my thought is to hold them to their promise. Everyone else is jumping ship and creating their own licenses, and they're going to do this and that and rewrite things to basically say the same thing. And my thought is like, no. Even if the legal language in the license isn't up to snuff, the fact is you advertised this as being irrevocable. So, yeah, hold you to it. I'm not, I'm not doing a panic. I was doing a panic for a while, but that's what I came up with. It's like, well, no. I'm not using your new stuff anyway. I'm not competing for you and whatever you're doing now or next, or I'm doing my own thing and you made this promise. I'm holding you to your promise. So either little old me, so either they're going to ignore me, which they should, because that's not doing anything wrong, or little old me gets a legal victory in a Finnish court over Wizards of the Coast, and yeah, I become a hero. Or they put me out of my fucking misery. Any of them suit me. So, let's see. Serve chocolates when I ran blood in the chocolate. I know that's not the same level of effort, though. Yeah. Thanks a lot for taking the time to do this live stream. This is one of these days I was just feeling anxious and not getting stuff done. So it's like, okay, I'm going to do something that feels productive and worky instead of just looking at the keyboard going, "Rrr." Yeah. Have I ever visited Russia? I have not visited Russia, although all the 80s propaganda got to me. I remember this one time, it was over 10 years ago now, I was over in eastern Finland, and we were on the highway, and this road went to the Russian border, and there was a fence. It was like, oh, that's Russia. And I got the, oh my God, Cold War tinglies, like, oh. But I've never been to Russia, no. Let's see. Can they even touch you outside the U.S.? Wizards of the Coast. I don't know. There needs to be a creature book that establishes the baseline for horses, cows, lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my. Yeah, that stuff will be in the ref book. Let's see. There's always the question. Let's see. I haven't played any Wizards of the Coast based D&D. F them, yeah. Last official D&D I played was 2nd edition in the 90s. When I got the 3rd edition books, I read through and saw like the character builds and feats, and it's like, I use GURPS for this. I'm not doing D&D with this, and that was the end for me. When will the reprints be for sale? The new books and the reprints are all at the printer now. I don't have a delivery date yet. Hoping within the next couple weeks. When I know, you'll all know. Will they be available in the U.S. store? Only the 2 Kelvin things, and that will be 2 or 3 months down the line because they got to go on the slow boat over there. Everything else is going to be limited print runs and sold just from the EU store. Someone needs to stat the cocaine bear. What are your thoughts on LOTFP miniatures? Again, if you make miniatures and you want to license things, get in touch. I'm not going to get into the miniatures business myself. Can you list the ref book's table of contents? Not immediately. It's not. Yeah, off of a paper version of the table of contents, which has so many notes that the actual table of contents I printed it off from is no longer valid. Yeah, Pablo Escobar. Patriotic Gestalt, $5. Coffee time. Well, thank you very much. You keep tipping and sending super chats, and that's excellent. I hope you're actually a fan of the books. That would hopefully. Yeah. Someone needs to stat the cocaine bear. Well, got to see the movie first. How's your mental health overall? Oh boy. It's I think my mental health, especially this past month after doing the Proud to Commit commercial suicide thing, it's like that. There's a lot of uncertainty, but it doesn't feel like it's necessarily doom anymore. I think it's like with the rest of my health. Like I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow in the morning that I'm really looking forward to. But it's sort of like with my legs. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step collapse, and you can't stand for 2 days. That's how it is. Some days everything's just fine. I can go out for walks and run through the snow. And then for a couple days, it's barely able to walk. And I think I would suggest if you're able to do live streams like this, it's more good than bad right now. I don't know that that's got anything to do with my mental health. I mean, this live stream is more for my being excited that the YouTube channel is taking off and actually on its way and wanting to continue that momentum and thinking, okay, this is going to be, I need more content and more stuff and more this and that. And, I'm sure I'll do another live stream next week because the ghost video, it's like the last thing we have in the can. And I'm going to want to keep content coming, but we don't have any like scripted things shot and ready to go. So I'll probably be doing more live streams weekly. Keep on keeping on. We love you. Well, thank you. That's it's good that people think that. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat too. It's well, it's good to know that even when a lot of the world seems insane, that there are some people that actually give a shit about what I do, and that's so weird in a lot of ways, because before doing this role-playing thing, I'd never been a success at anything. And yeah, things have been tough for a few years now, but it's to the point where, okay, things can happen. There are things happening. Things are moving forward. It no longer feels like a death march that I don't know how to get out of. I mean, that's no guarantee that things are going to go well. It's, that things are going to be on an upward turn, but it seems like it's possible. So, yeah, that's, because it's, I don't know, because I sometimes I think like the things I do and the things I like, it's like that it's not just random having weird taste. It's like there's something in my head that's a bit off. Like when I go to the Night Visions Film Festival, and there are people that'll be there, and they're just showing up for this movie or that and whatever. But when I show up for the tickets, to buy the hardcore tickets, like the day and time they go on sale, and there's a bunch of us in line, and I've seen all those people going to the festival for years, and not a one of us looks normal. It's the people that really need this weird stuff. We're touched somehow, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Keep up the good fight, bro. I asked about Russia because I am the scary neighbor. Your videos and the current BS resonated with me greatly. Yes, well. Well, I won't say anything political right now. Just, just wish neighbors were less scary. Yeah. What else? So, I don't know. I had a lot of fun reading off the stuff from Fuck for Satan earlier. Is there any other passage from the catalog that you want to do that with, or the next topic, or, we're going on 3 hours now. I would very much enjoy and love doing a marathon session where I go for another 6 hours, but I don't want to stretch it through a ton of dead air because no one's interested anymore either. So this is completely up to you. I'm for sure going to buy some of the books when I get paid at the beginning of February. Hold off on that, I would say, until the new things are released, because one reason why I release so many things at once is because paying postage costs on one book is ridiculous. But if you buy a whole bunch of books, it's not that much more in postage. So that, knowing that I ship internationally for almost all direct orders, that's why I release books in piles like this. So it's yes, more expensive for the books, but you save shitloads more in shipping than if I was just releasing 2 books. The Ghost. I studied in St. Petersburg when I used to be alive. LOTFP has a unique vision, and it's good to hear how you're determined to keep that uniqueness going. I don't have a choice. I mean, if I had to just do normal stuff that would be broadly appealing to normal people, I would just get a normal job, stock shelves at the grocery store, do whatever. Because there's no point in doing fake creativity. I can't show up and just do someone else's shit. I mean, now and then maybe, but I couldn't do that as my life. What's your cut on Amazon? Stuff bought from Amazon, that's handled through my distribution. So I'm getting about 33% of cover price. Yeah. Okay. Slugs introduction. Okay. Now here's where we play. Where in this big pile of stuff is one particular booklet? Because for some reason, I think it's better to read from an actual booklet than to sit here and read from the screen. Let's see here. Now, plenty of good dead air as I'm looking for the thing, and then someone also mentioned K Long, so I'll also be looking at that. And also, support third-party LOTFP content. It's always good if they're successful as well. And then here's Kalo. Yes, and so I will just jibber-jabber away as I'm looking for my copy of Slugs, hoping that I still have it somewhere, because it's very depressing when going through and trying to find everything. You find out, I sold my last copy of this and didn't leave any for myself. Okay, come on. Slugs. Dead air. Oh, this book was so neat to do. Okay, come on. Slugs. Come on. Why does everything always have to be near the end of piles and not in the first place I look? Explain to me why the world works like that. It seems cruel and capricious of the universe to behave like that. Okay, someone's asking about updates about the referee book. I have given that update several times, so if someone in the chat wants to do that update in a way that's hopefully not too snarky and honest. And okay, hold on. And where the fuck is Slugs? Where are you, book? Son of a bitch. Do I not have a copy? Do I not have a copy ready? That would be a big old pain in the ass. Hey, here's the second version of the creature generator. Come on, Slugs. You are here somewhere. I know you are. Exciting visual content. And people are still sitting around in the chat waiting for this, or sitting around live streaming. Well, I hope you're doing something else while you're waiting for me. You're not just sitting there by the screen. Here it is, of course. Near the bottom of the last pile I'm looking. Isn't that typical? Just because somebody wanted to hear me read the Slugs introduction, and I gotta be a crowd pleaser. Or a one-person pleaser. Okay. Okay. Fun and festive. Do you have an all-time favorite character you played you could tell us about? What was your favorite class to play? I don't know. For most of my life, not all of my life, but the vast majority, I'm always running the game. I've very seldomly, as a proportion, played in games. Like I got into role-playing because my mother introduced me to it. It wasn't other people that I joined a game for. I had to read the stuff and figure out how it worked and then tell other people. Long-time listener, first time catching the stream live and making meatballs, feeding the cat and doing dishes. While I listen to you read weird stuff. Very good. Now. Okay. Someone requested I read the introduction of Slugs, which I don't think I've looked at since it was published. So is Slugs getting a reprint? Not at this time. Certainly it's something possible in the future. But I think I'm already doing more reprints than new stuff in this next batch. So let's leave that for now. Okay. It's a morale-lifting introduction. Well, I hope so. Okay, this is the 2016 free RPG Day book from Lamentations of the Flame Princess. So the idea is that, this is going to be the first thing that new people ever read or hear from Lamentations of the Flame Princess. Introduction. Tabletop role-playing is about imagination, bringing impossible people, places, and things to life. The promise that absolutely anything can happen. What gaming is not about is a top-down control of your game by the Washington gaming establishment, deciding your settings, your rule systems, the number of people at your table, and the play style of your home games. Your average gamer just doesn't win anymore. The past 30 years has seen the gaming class decline, with a huge transfer of creative control to the top 1% of the gaming elite, who grow fat off the proceeds of the settings, licensed properties, organized plays, challenge ratings, moves, adventure paths, and proprietary dice that don't even have any numbers on them. all designed to transfer creative control of gaming away from the local gaming groups and into the hands of professional game designers. Even Free RPG Day serves the special interests of the gaming establishment. Participating publishers are pressured to provide quick starts, nothing more than crippleware advertisements for $50 rulebooks, and short, disposable one-shot adventure fodder instead of creative and useful material that showcases what this hobby can create and what this industry can provide to aid in that creation. What gaming needs, and what Lamentations of the Flame Princess is here to lead, is a gaming revolution where ordinary gamers stand up and reclaim the creative power and authority from the gaming establishment that the gaming establishment has taken from them. And we're going to win. Believe me, we're going to win so much it's going to make their heads spin. It's going to be like we've built a wall to keep all the bad gaming out, and it's people like Fred Hicks that will end up paying, believe me. We can make gaming great again. We're going to make gaming great again. LOTFP is hiring all the best people, making the best products, coming up with all the best ideas to make sure the joy and imagination of gaming happens at your table and is created by your group, not some special interest group of Washington marketers who print all their books in China. And we've already come so far since we started. This year, on behalf of the average gamer, LOTFP is providing not crippleware, not a disposable one-shot, but a source book of monsters that you can use in every session you run until the day you die. Just as we presented an open-ended psycho freakout adventure in 2014 and a huge expansive mini-campaign in 2013, we're going against the establishment to do what's right by you, the hardworking gamer. So enjoy a monster supplement that features that one essential creature that the gaming elite doesn't want to feature, that they suppress in their own publications, the one monster that can invigorate any game and make sure it never gets dull, the slug. James Edward Raggi IV, March 4th, 2016, Tampere, Finland. What was I doing in Tampere in 2006? Anyway. Yeah, God, I'd completely forgotten. I just copied, Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump campaign speeches. And holy crap. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, just taking the Trump and Sanders stump speeches and just adapting it. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me of that. Holy shit. How did I not get more hate mail? No, I didn't get hate mail because of the absolute porn that's in the inside back cover. Yeah. Draw me a picture of the love slug, I said. And that comes through, and it's like, well, what am I going to do? Not print it? Yeah. Oh, God, Kelvin was so good with some of these. Like the muscle slug with the Hulk Hogan. It's slime time. God. Oh, God, it's fun to do shit, isn't it? I just want to say I thought Kids on Pikes was a brilliant idea. I did, too. That one I didn't even expect anyone to get pissed off about. Yet they did. So what else I got here? Here's a copy of The Butchery of Agnes Gooder. And this is out of print now, but, it's because of the paper doll thing where, well, I can't show too much or else it was canceled. Here's a copy of The Orgasm, which I can't show you at all, but weird crushers. How many people here in the chat right now recognize what this design is ripped off from? Just curious. Because I think that there's the people that get that. I'm curious of who gets that. And you're not going to be in the chat, but who gets that but doesn't like LOTFP? That's the demographic I'm interested in hearing from. Because it's like, okay, if we're coming from the same place, how are we not arriving together? Yeah, wow. I mentioned you didn't want 3Es. You had GURPS. How much GURPS have you played or run? A great good amount in the 80s and early 90s. Not so much. I was always wanting to do more GURPS games. By the time D&D 3E came out, I probably hadn't actually played GURPS for a long while, but I always wanted to. Don't know Crusher design origin. It's from the Earache compilation, Earache Records compilation, Grind Crusher. That was effectively my introduction into underground music that I bought from a mall record store, ironically. But the weird Crusher, just Google Grind Crusher. It's not like Natural Harvest. It's an actual thing. And if you find it on YouTube, listen to Grind Crusher, because that's everything right there. Talk about the desert island discs, Grind Crusher. Very Art Deco. I've got K-Long here. If someone mentioned wanting me to read passages from it, which would be a bit weird since I didn't write it, but I can still read passages if you'd like. Found something. I actually found a pretty big pile of something. A bunch of copies. The critical hit and fumbles charts that I use when I run games. I wonder if it would be killing too much time or if it would be interesting for the people. Because I know I sent these out as something. People have seen these in the wild. Or is it? Oh yeah. Or what was it? Was it one of the Green Devil faces was misprinted, and so I had to, it left out part of these charts, so I printed up some cards to replace them. Do you miss writing about the music you love? Not really, because one of the things, if because you decide you're going to do a magazine and you're going to be a publisher of music journalism, which it wasn't journalism, it was, you become obligated to keep up on things that you don't like. You become obligated, almost obligated, to have opinions on things you don't actually care about. And in that effort to know what's going on and hearing so much stuff, it completely ruined my ability to enjoy okay music. Things had to stand out. They had to be extraordinary for me to give a shit. So what had happened, there was a lot of perfectly okay things that I just shat on for the crime of not being amazing. And now it's that's not a problem. I maybe, not so, a little bit lately, but back when LOTFP was more wildly successful, I was overdoing it with how much music I was buying, and I wouldn't research, too much. I just listened to 10, 15 seconds on YouTube and decide, okay, that sounds like something I might like. And then if I didn't like it, I can just go, oh, that was a waste of money, and put it in the pile and never think about it again. There was no need to come up with creative insults to be an entertaining read about why I didn't like a thing. And that, the artists don't deserve that. They like what they've done, presumably, and they don't need an asshole trying to come up with creative writing exercises to tell people why it's shit. And I'm glad I don't do that anymore. Sometimes I'll come across something that inspires me to do it, but that's still being inspired to do it. It's not because I'm mad at it, because I had to listen to it for, my side gig. Yeah. Are they the same charts as in Green Devil Face? Yes, I think they are the same charts in Green Devil Face 5, was it? Or I don't know. But yeah, same charts. It was misprinted in the physical version. So I did up some cards and mailed them out to the people that had ordered it. I personally feel it's okay to be a great music snob. Yes, it is okay to be a music snob. I just it's maybe not so okay to creatively shit on others people's things needlessly. I was doing that too much. Some of the stuff deserved that treatment. Undoubtedly, some of the stuff deserved that kind of treatment because it was just rancid. Problem is, I would go into that mode for things that were fine. Not everyone deserves the chance to make the next great record, and you shouldn't be insulted just because it was fine. I don't know. Okay. So, would people be interested in me reading the charts, or have enough of you people gotten the PDF of the Green Devil Face? Is a second edition LOTFP still in order? No. The playtest stuff that was in Eldritch Cock largely didn't get a good reception. It's like, oh, okay, well, I got nothing else. Shit's fine. It's just to me the mechanics, the way you roll the dice, if you're in a traditional paradigm, a traditional gaming and not like a story game thing, the method of rolling the dice, the system you're using, is like the least interesting part of a game. And of course, if you play a game for enough times, like, no system's going to be perfect. So if you're using the same system week in, week out, year in, year out, you're going to see all the flaws and want to address them. But of course, this new way you're going to roll the dice to address those old flaws is itself going to have flaws. There is no perfect system. So, I had to go at, well, what if we did this, and do it in a way that doesn't invalidate the stuff you've already bought? It would have to work with the stuff. We're not going to release, new edition things, So that's why I was still using the same ability score names and all that. But, it didn't set the world on fire. And it's just like, oh, okay. The old stuff's still selling. The old rule book, so maybe not. Maybe not mess with it. Some of my metal music doesn't sound like it was recorded in a truck stop shower stall. I don't want it. Yeah, I guess that's true. Although, yeah, it depends on the thing, though. Some of the stuff, it sounds like the production is just covering up for the fact that nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. So if you just record it badly, then you pretend it's on purpose, and then you're evil and... I don't know. One thing these days is that with recording technology and home recording, and you're not paying by the hour to be doing it, is less stuff sounds unintentionally like crap. Because you go back to the 90s underground metal scene, and it's like, ugh. Glad to see this is still going after my doctor's appointment. Yes, I never shut the fuck up. That is falling into the black metal cliche. Yeah, but the black metal cliche is that the black metal cliche does not come from nowhere. The black metal cliche exists because there are bands that completely embody the cliche and want to embody the cliche, and it doesn't seem to be going away. I mean, yes, there is much more to black metal than just that cliche, but the cliche is real. Not to get off topic, but that Okada versus Kiyomiya brawl seemed a bit too real, or am I just being a mark? I think you're being a mark. This was a thing that happened in Japan. It's the biggest thing in Japanese wrestling right now. The New Japan champion and the Pro Wrestling Noah champion got into a big brawl. It was a big angle, but I mean, it seemed when Okada was going after Kiyomiya, he was laying in those forearms real thick, real heavy. I mean, he was hitting him hard, but he was still hitting him across the back with forearms. It was energetic, and you're into pro wrestling mood. You got into it, but he wasn't using his fists. He wasn't doing anything that would do real damage. And then Kiyomiya comes back with a drop kick, and like, you don't do that in a real fight. In the moment, I was like, yeah, but we're not watching the show now. You can think about it a little more. They were doing the hit hard in safe places, although that first kick to Okada's face was not a safe place, but they were trying to. I think they were going to recreate the Akira Maeda versus Riki Choshu angle from the 80s. Well, that wasn't in the 80s. That was a real shoot kick. But I think that's what they were going for, and the announcers picked up on it. I thought it immediately, and I'm sure enough of the crowd knew about it. So I recommend everybody sign up to New Japan World or Wrestle Universe. These things are like $7 a month, and you get a ton of Japanese wrestling. A lot of it, they've got English commentary on it. So Japanese pro wrestling. And yes, the people listening is dropping like a rock now that I'm talking about Kazuchika Okada and Kaito Kiyomiya. Well, so what's the yeah? So what's the next topic you would like me to pontificate about or pontificate on, or what's the crit table? You want me to do the crit tables? Okay. And I love New Japan. Well, very good. I like the New Japan seems to be reinvigorated through the new year, and I love the TMDK Fujita thing going on right now. That is so much fun, and yeah. Okay, what new books are coming out and when? Okay, the when, I don't have a delivery date from the printer yet. I'm hoping in about 2 weeks' time. It's going to be 4 new adventures and, 5 reprints. New adventures, 2 by Kelvin Green, 1 by Christopher Carosella, 1 by Glenn Seal. And then the reprints are going to be Better Than Any Man, No Salvation for Witches, and K-Long, and alternate cover rulebooks. But yeah, you have to stay tuned. When I know a delivery date, I will pass that information along to you, probably on YouTube, because it seems to get a lot more reach than my other social media and other things. I hate that we got into your work late and some books I can't find. Well, not much I can do about that, because the thing is, when you do a big print run and then, most of the things, by the time they finally sell out, the sales are so damn slow. You got to give it some years before you do another batch. And then some of the stuff, authors don't want it reprinted and blah, blah. You mentioned you have some Junji Ito books the last stream. I think I've got all of the hardcovers that they've been reprinting the past decade or so in English from Junji Ito. I think I've got all of them. Have you got a chance to check out the new Anime Maniac? Is that the Netflix series? Is that what you're talking about? Because I did take a look at some of that before my Netflix subscription ran out. And it was, I don't know, like The Thing That Came Ashore. It's like that's one of Ito's best stories, I think. I think that was the first Junji Ito story that I saw in Monster Brains. It's the animes, they seem to be very, very faithful, which is good. But they, I don't know. I think that what works on the printed page, it wasn't adapted to a visual to like a moving pictures medium is my opinion of the Netflix stuff. I didn't watch very much of it because it was so dry, and maybe because I knew where it was going, it wasn't suspenseful, and there was nothing about the execution that was delivering anything new for me. So, yeah. So if that's not what, if you weren't talking about the new Netflix series, then I'm not sure what you mean. Let's see. Been watching videos of the Sheik from Detroit, who is a local wrestling legend and big in Japan. Oh yeah, good old Eddie Farhat, Sabu's uncle. Yeah, a bit before my time watching stuff, but yeah, I'd watch it. It's old time wrestling. I just have a hodgepodge of weirdly labeled PDFs. Well, that sounds about right. Okay, and then... Okay, I'm just checking, see if these messages I'm getting are vital. They are not, so... I always thought the melting series of Edos would make a great LOTFP adventure. Yeah, there's a lot of Edo stuff that would be great. A lot of stuff. Then I always think the I read it as Tomy. That's probably not how you actually pronounce it. Like, but that stuff was like, okay, that stuff's proper creepy. But it's like, how do you put that in a role-playing context? It's like that sort of thing is like, yeah, that might be what story games is for. I don't know, something like the Tony series would work in traditional role-playing format, but maybe that's just my conceptual weakness and someone else could do it perfectly fine. But yeah, the Black Paradox, the latest one I have, that was good. The fish one, that ends up a little too over the top in my estimation. But Uzumaki, that one's amazing as a setting. Although, ever notice that for some reason in these Junji Ito long stories, people end up flying? There's a lot of flying in Junji Ito. It's like, okay, common motif. That's just like bizarre, just how much people end up flying around. Does anyone know anything about that? I've never read any well, I read a couple interviews, but someone should ask them, why does everyone always end up flying in your books? Any author / artist you wish you could liberate from other game publishers? Not really. I mean, yeah, I'm not. I mean, I haven't really kept up on what other people are doing, which is probably to my detriment, but yeah. And these days, me trying to contact someone, hey, Lamentations of the Flame Princess, is like, okay, how much of a disaster is this response going to be? Because it's, I mean, if people just say no thanks, that's fine. But some people want to be very detailed about why they're saying no. And then it's just like, that's unnecessary. So yeah, we're going on 3.5 hours. So almost 8 p.m. here. You all tell me. I mean, I can keep going, but I don't just want to kill time babbling nonsense. So if there's... What's the next subject, people? You tell me. Anyone that wants to jump in the chat and... ask my opinion about the news of the day. That'd be a very bad idea. Yeah, any author, artist who wish to liberate. Let's see. Any one band you might listen to for inspiration while you work on a session? Mine is Dark Throne. I think Reverend Bazaar has worked for me as far as that goes. That's they're very doom, but also very varied. Yeah, Reverend Bazaar is just excellent, and then they've got those long songs you can just get lost in. Because the problem with the problem with a lot of metal, if you're sitting down and wanting to use it as your music fuel, is if you're doing 3 to 4 minute songs, then the mood changes, and it's sort of like a break. It's like, oh, okay, next thing. But if you got a band that's doing 20 to 30 minute songs, that's a vibe you can drop into and just ride it out for a long time. Yeah. So definitely, I recommend everybody just check out Reverend Bazaar. It's remember the first. Well, I remember I'd gotten Harbinger of Metal, and I was like, oh, okay, it's pretty good. But when I got Crush the Insects, that's when it really clicked for me. Because yeah, that was just incredible. It was like Albert Witchfinder was like the voice of God. Yeah. Which of the LOTFP published adventures that you didn't write have you played? How did you like them? I actually haven't played all that much of them, because usually I'm wanting to try to get my own stuff in there and trying to get something finished of my own. But I have done stuff from Vornheim. I ran Idea from Space. I did a lot of stuff in Veins of the Earth. I love Darrow. They're just the best. Let's see. I'm going to go through here, but definitely... Yes, 6x6x6 is going to be part of all my games going forward. Yeah, what else? And I've thrown in elements here and there of different things, but not a lot as is. Which maybe I should do more, but it's... I don't know. It's just... yeah. No, Idea from Space I thought was very good. It seemed to work exactly fine. The Veins of the Earth and Vornheim, it's weird. I don't know. I don't know how to say this in a way that doesn't... what am I trying to say in a way that's not weird? It's like it's weird if you're not doing that as a normal thing. It's not like I'm having all of these other people's adventures as part of the thing, which maybe I should, but it's also tricky because my players are also customers. So that gets tricky too. It's like you got to play them before they're published, or else the players have them. And that's a big deal too. So I guess that's... What are the best things to study to make a great adventure, mechanically speaking? That's what sets your work apart to me, is just know how to set up great dungeons and such that just work. It's... to me, it's not a mechanical element. It's just taking your adventure environment. It's like, okay, if this was a real place, how would it work? That's the main thing. It's like, what would make this place function as an environment, even without players tooling around this place? What's the internal logic? Have you considered revisiting Duvan Ku? Yes, I have, but I want to make sure that it's a special thing and not a thing to do just to do it. But yeah, I think to make a great adventure, you just need to make it feel like a real place. not strictly a game construct invention for play. It needs to be that too, but if you make it seem like a real place, I think it's really going to get in people's heads. Just like Dave Brocky in Towers 2, which other known person, musician or other, would be an interesting contributor to LOTFP? Well, maybe not quite any celebrity, but any celebrity. Any musician, any author, any TV star. It's like, a known person jumping in is going to necessarily be interesting. It's like, okay, he's an outsider or she's an outsider, and this person is jumping into role playing here. That's if a celebrity does something for Dungeons and Dragons, it's like, well, of course, it's Dungeons and Dragons. That's the entry point. That's what people consider to be role playing. But if somebody that's otherwise known jumps into Lamentations of the Flame Princess, well, something weird's going on. What in the world are they going to do? So I think anybody would be interesting. And it's not necessarily, just get Job to do another. Well, he did Antithesis, so it's not like he's done nothing. Just get Job to do another. Yeah. Any future projects with Grim Jim? Nothing planned at this time. It does not mean nothing will ever happen, but nothing planned or, being discussed at this time. And has everybody that's listening right now, that's live, have you clicked the like button? Have you hit subscribe? Have you hit the bell notification? That'll get people asking the questions. I'll just keep repeating that whenever there's a little bit of dead time. Courtney Campbell, yeah, there is something else in the works. It's I think it hasn't gotten very far yet, though. But yeah, maybe I should check in on that. But yeah, certainly, I definitely hope to publish with him again. And then, is there any interesting things to read here? See what? I don't know. That fuck for Satan thing was. It's weird. You write something and you put yourself into it, and then years later, you've completely forgotten what you've done. That's very, very weird. NPC reaction rules are my Bible. Yeah. I'd actually like to see what Adam Jones from Tool be a good fit for a celeb contributor. I wouldn't know anything either way. I've never really gotten into Tool. I just remember watching Headbangers Ball, and they had that weird stop motion animation video in the early 90s. And it's like, those days I was all about, just the brutal death metal. And then when I moved on to other things, those other things never seemed to include Tool. So I couldn't say. Wow. 8 p.m. So yeah, it's weird. A lot of the Europeans should be definitely out of work by now, even if you're over in way Western Europe. And yet our viewing figures are down from our peak. You'd think it would be going up. I blame all of you not asking the hard-hitting questions that get me to go off on interesting tangents in the chat. Your faults, not the host's. Never the host's fault. I'm blameless. Enemy reactions are my jam. Sometimes they want to kill, and then sometimes I have to figure out why they are so friendly. Yeah, that's an important thing. I'm assuming you're meaning as the referee, as the person running the game and using the reaction tables. It's kind of an important thing to realize that you two are playing the game, and not everything should be planned out in advance. So you're using the dice, and you should be bound by the dice as well. You know, you don't have that tight control, especially in a game like Lamentations, where the player's success is not assumed in the first place, where there's a lot of mean shit that can happen. Because a lot of people think the game's completely unfair, it's too deadly. So when you running the game are using random tables and rules like morale or the reaction rolls, you should be bound by the rolls. That's where the game becomes fair. Did you have to deal with any adults unrelated to you lecturing you on the dangers of D&D during the 80s? Your Satanic Panic origin story. Nah, not directly. Although my mother, after getting me into Dungeons and Dragons, then quickly heard about all the controversies. She made me watch... what's the Tom Hanks movie? Oh, God, I can't think of it off the top of my head. Oh my God, that's embarrassing. I always tell this story. Now I can't remember the movie. Tom Hanks D&D movie. Oh God, this is embarrassing. I'm getting Alzheimer's. Tom Hanks D&D movie. Mazes and Monsters. Jesus, how can I forget that? Mazes and Monsters. Yeah, she made me watch that like it was a documentary. It's like, holy crap. That's... not Tunnels and Trolls. No, not Tunnels and Trolls. Yeah, but as far as like the Satanic Panic stuff, I had like one of the reasons we played a lot of GURPS back then was because one of the players was not allowed to play Dungeons and Dragons. So we just played a D&D-ish GURPS game. And as long as it didn't say Dungeons and Dragons on the book, it was fine. It's like the contents were completely irrelevant. It's just, what's the brand name on the book? Is it Dungeons and Dragons? No, it's fine. And it's like, I have much respect for adults right now. Mazes and Monsters actually pushed me towards the hobby. You'll have to expand on that more. Let's see. Can you ask for hard hitting? What about the racism passage from the esoteric creature generator? Oh God, you people are going to make me do this, aren't you? Yes, no, my arms twist. Oh God, no, don't make me. Don't make me. Okay. This will make me a favorite on RPG.net. Where is a copy of the creature generator? Where is a copy of the creature? Okay, I'm going to duck out and look for the book in the pile here. At least it's beside me and not on the shelves. Creature generator. There. Well, the soft cover and hard cover are there together. So just excuse me for a moment while I get my next reading material. Oh, God. Bending Jez's stuff. Oh, there's an original copy of Fantasy fucking Vietnam. Why do I have copy 56? I don't know. Okay. Jesus. Okay, let me see. Okay. Okay. The version, which should be no different, although I might have switched up the... I'm going to go from the original first printing of the random esoteric creature generator for classic fantasy role-playing games and their modern simulacra. I can remember all that, but I can't remember Mazes and Monsters. Mazes and Monsters forced me to take antacids and learn to knit. Very good. Okay. So I was challenged to read the racism portion of this book. Okay. Now I haven't read this bit for a while either. Okay. Oh God. Okay, it's like a full page of stuff. Okay. Let's see if this gets demonetized. Okay. From the first printing of the Random Esoteric Creature Generator, the section is titled "The Effective Presentation of Monsters in Fantasy Role-Playing." This was before proper LOTFP, so this was designed for use in Dungeons and Dragons and other traditional role-playing, straight-up fantasy role-playing games. And one of the ways to affect about, one of the headings under the effective presentation of monsters in fantasy role-playing, a section called racism, because I'm very smart and intelligent in writing and now reading out things like this. Racism. That should raise an eyebrow or two. The first basic problem with creating a sense of wonder in fantasy role-playing is there is too much of it in most settings and campaigns. It's very simple. If everything is fantastic, then nothing is. I still felt the same way. Jesus. A referee should use every opportunity to strip non-essential magical and mythic elements from his game. Jesus, I don't evolve at all, do I? While this seems counterintuitive for fantasy role-playing, it can enrich a campaign by making the weird stuff really count. The first place this can be done is by changing the approach to demi-humans and humanoids in the campaign. The classic fantasy role-playing campaign has elves, dwarves, and halflings standing side by side with humans, with teeming masses of orcs, goblins, and more serving as cannon fodder. Eliminate them from the game. If it has 2 legs and 2 hands, remove it and replace it with humans. The important thing is, don't change the cultures or characterizations involved. Oh, fuck. Here we go. The ones that were dwarves are now mining clans, short and stocky. The elves are forest-dwelling hunters. Orcs are remorseless and savage barbarians. Perhaps they should even keep their special racial abilities, now labeled cultural abilities. Although perhaps it might be difficult to justify seeing in the dark. But really, is there any reason to use an ogre where a human warrior with a few levels on him will do? Is that adding to the danger, the suspense, or the mystery of the game? Details don't even have to be changed in doing away with non-humans. Normal unclassed humans have roughly the same stats as goblins in most of the individual systems, so there would be no real balance issues in doing this. Don't make the converted humanoids any more cultured either. Just play them as orcs or goblins or whatever, but describe them as humans. They can still have their own separate language, and they'll still be unquestionably evil foes. This is why the header of this section is racism in the game world. Oh God, I've just been reading the RPG Net thing about monster racism. I'm a bad person. In the game world, certain portions of humanity would be genetically hard-coded to be evil or savage or diggers or forest dwellers or stealthy or what have you. The game is fiction, and a referee should never allow comparisons between his real-life attitudes and how he handles orc analogs in his game. True. Oh my God. I'm like canceling myself in real time now because, the people that don't like it, LOTFP, would have never read this. Now it's on YouTube. Thank you, whoever suggested it. You should send me a super chat as a tax on my cancellation. Taking this approach will remove the mundane special creatures out of a campaign. It can also serve to increase tension and perhaps drama, as questions of what do we do with the tribe's non-combatant women and children and the like become much more interesting to answer. And if so much magic and inhumanity is assumed in a game, then perhaps that removes the wonder for all such elements in a campaign. The goal here is not simply to facilitate the motions of playing classic fantasy role-playing games, but to restore the wonder we felt when we first played and allow that to be an ongoing element of play. Perhaps such issues are not interesting to every referee or player group, and perhaps the classic fellowship of characters as presented by Tolkien, his peers, and followers is the basic lure for fantasy gaming in the first place. Fine. Use the races, but use them right. They should not be ubiquitous in a campaign world. Assuming a humanocentric focus to the game, as was the intention of the Big Egg, Every other demi-human and humanoid should be very rare. No elves or dwarves mixing in human society or reasonably able to be contacted except in extraordinary circumstances. This does not mean limiting player choices for their characters. Let them be as they wish, but a referee should always be sure that the players are aware that their non-human characters are unusual and never trusted by more superstitious members of this population. Go back to the source. Tolkien mixed his races in only the most dire of circumstances. The average man didn't come into contact with elves or dwarves. Making these races isolated and insular in a campaign and only using them for specific purposes will make them more special. Most importantly, treating player character races this way is simply an exercise for the hard part. Do the same with the evil humanoids. They simply must be eliminated as a commonplace foe in order for them to have any credibility or use in a campaign at all. Note their uses in the core literature. They aren't everywhere. They aren't common foes. They have specific territories and are used for specific reasons. They don't crawl all over Middle-earth like rats. There is something to be learned from this approach. If anything, defining an orc as a humanoid from this region who serves this master presents the thoughtless use of orcs, etc., just anywhere as general cannon fodder. If these things are only used when there is a purpose, then simply having that purpose will make their use more memorable within the game for players. Oh, God, he actually sent the super chat. Thank you. Oh, God, thank you. Oh, God, can't believe I'm me sometimes. Holy crap. Really enjoying your reading from your works. Well, thank you. Yeah, oh God, that's weird reading that because I'm again, when I use the creature generator, it's just the charts these days. I'm not rereading the advice text because I'm doing whatever I'm doing. But yeah, I was just reading the thread on RPG.net because I'm a masochist, and it was about the racism embedded in D&D, focused entirely on intelligent species having specific moral traits and how that's a racist trope. They're upside, do exactly that. No wonder I'm popular with large segments of the holy shit. Yeah. For the record, these days, I would think if you're going to say people are irredeemably automatically evil, maybe they shouldn't be humans. Because if they're humans, they should have the capacity. But if they're not humans, then yeah, you can say, well, they're not people, they're not humans, so they can be that one way. So maybe that's how I would say it in 2023. Goodness. Okay, somebody dig me out of this hole. What's the next thing to talk about? Holy cow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's even more unbelievable than some of you people that have been in here for ages. I could just imagine somebody listening to this after the fact for 4 hours. I'm just thinking, oh God, I got to put all this stuff and lights back after I'm done with this. So I don't want to be finished right now because I don't want to do all that. So 36 of you people are watching live. I don't know how many of you are still in the chat, but you don't want me to start randomly reading, or maybe you do want me to start randomly reading something. I don't know, but you people. I don't know. This is a weird thing. What classes are you using in your own games? It's basically fighter, magic user, specialist. It's basically all there is. The fighty class, the magic class, and the skills class. All the cleric spells are folded into the magic user spell list, which means then, because you randomly roll what starting magic user spell lists are, that there's usually no healing spells or healing abilities when groups are starting out. That's a great big pain in the ass. But my usual style is not combat heavy. Because when you have a combat, I figure you should, I don't know, I generally either have nuisance opponents that aren't expected to really inflict losses. So as you go along in the adventure and you have these fights and they nick away at your hit points and a little bit of your resources, but because I usually don't just have a lot of serious fights, it's a legitimate question. Do we continue on, or do we, go back to town and rest? And because because most of the combats that will happen in one of my adventures are small, it's a legitimate question of whether to stop or not. Of course, if you run into one of the combats which aren't small, well, you might be toast even if you're at full strength. So, what are you going to do? And the players argue because they're going to have different opinions. That's always fun. Players arguing amongst themselves is always fun. Let's see, what is another interesting thing to read? I don't know. That's fun, but maybe we've been going 4 hours. If no one else has anything in the chat, maybe I shouldn't pretend I need to go to midnight. Do you play at high level? Usually not. Usually not. There's the issue of usually campaigns sort of, I don't know, peter off and break down, and then you get together. It's like, let's start something new because I don't remember where we were last time. And what usually happens in the group, and if he's listening, he'll know who I'm talking about. When I'm running with that group, and it has been a little while, but it's usually one player that has all my shit figured out. So it's like he's the one that ends up with the higher level character than everybody else. Because everybody else's characters die, and he's the one that's like, I know how to survive Jim's adventures. I read all his shit. So, what's the strangest creature that came from your scarecrow adventure that you know of? People don't report that to me. I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm trying to think, because I know, I of course ran that because I wrote it. So I go, run these things. It's like, what did they do? What did my group do? Because I remember the group, I remember the thing, and they'd been in the spaceship already. Yes, there was a spaceship with a teleporter. Yeah, that was involved too. Oh God, yeah, that was ages ago. Oh God, that was so long ago. My God, I mean, we're now talking about things that were published over a decade ago, and that was played even before. Oh my God. Yeah, the scale of this, the fact that it's been going for so long like this, the Lamentations of the Flame Princess, not the live stream, although that too. This is just so. It's I'm looking at like the combined works, or the accumulated works of Lamentations of the Flame Princess, and of course all the cameras are bolted onto the tripods now, so I can't just easily move. It's just like ridiculous. It's like, on one hand, it feels like it should be so much more, and maybe it should be. On the other hand, it's like, holy shit, look at this. You should do some live plays with the fans. Okay, that's a super chat. I hate running games. I would think at any point any online game would be with fans. I mean, I can't imagine some person that's never heard of me is going to end up in one of my online games. I don't know. I managed to adapt to playing in online games, but I really don't. I really don't like running online games, especially since I would want a group of 4 or 5 different people, and then you've got a Zoom window with 5 or 6 windows, and that's a fucking nightmare. I mean, even the game I'm playing in now, it's just 3 of us. Or if there's a 4th person, they're in the same window with someone. So I don't know. It's like, no, I don't know. I don't like it. I'll probably end up doing, because I also got to get, So actually, I've got some offers in Finland to go and do game stuff, but figure until my legs are like fixed, traveling around to do that, it's like, yeah. Do you ever tune into LOTFP actual play videos to check how your material? I can't. Short answer is no. But that's because, it's. I mean, I like reading recaps and things like that. But the whole listening or watching other people do role-playing game thing, I just bounce off hard. And I guess it's different if I were to look into that, check out an actual play with the idea of finding out what they're doing with my material. But even going back to I hit it with my axe, it was just like just playing D&D. Why it's like tennis. If you put a racket in my hand, I'll be horrible, but I could have a good time trying to play tennis. I'm not going to watch tennis. Yeah. Maybe join a game live play as a player with a fan GM that would generate interest in another income stream. Yeah, but wouldn't that belong to the person that set it up, that income stream? I mean, I don't. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've never run a live stream with super chats, so I don't know. So I don't know if there's a way to look to see what do you do when a character dies? I read an optional rule somewhere where you pay for the dead character's funeral, and this money is used to determine how much experience points you get back. That was not my rule. What is it I usually do? I think what I usually do is the person has to make a character with half of the experience points of the character that just died. And then we contrive some way to get that new character into the game ASAP. That the character death and introducing replacement characters is one of those things that it doesn't matter if it's an obvious game construct that breaks the verisimilitude of the adventuring environment. It's just like, get the real person back in the game as quick as possible. Yeah, use Melon. You can host and control the game with a fan GM. The super chats are your. Yeah, but if I'm setting up a game where I'm going to make money from it, I mean, even if it's just some low amount, it's like everybody else involved should get paid too. I mean, it's just ask me, oh yeah, come do some stuff and I'll make money. It's that doesn't seem like a good idea. So that would need to be a whole financial structure and agreements and everything if it's going to be a money thing. And then, especially if somebody else is running the game, especially if it's on my channel, suddenly I'm responsible for whatever stupid things they do. And that's, I mean, it would be most fun for me if just trying out like new people. I mean, I don't like, to me, heavily vetting someone before seeing what they're all about isn't fun, and it's kind of like you're being cynical before actual contact. And so, especially with something like Lamentations, which almost invites people to be inappropriate, but like what people do in their home games is none of my business. But believe it or not, I do have my limits. I have my no-go zones. And it's a difficult thing when I'm talking about let your imagination go wild and blah 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 blah. If someone hits my limit in public for the public, and it's just like, oh Jesus, that's like that's a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, if it's a private game, I'm not going to care. It's not that big a deal. But if I'm in public and someone's just getting like genuinely not in the game way creepy, and then suddenly I'm responsible for public facing instant decisions. And I know I'm thinking of worst case scenarios, and that's not going to be a normal thing. But I always have to wonder. It's like, okay, with the stuff I put in my books and the things that I say, there are going to be people who are going to take it very literally and not in the spirit that I intend. And that's going to happen, and that's going to be out there. But it's like I would like to avoid my direct involvement with that. It's kind of like for like convention stuff. Like I don't set up like official Lamentation games at conventions because generally I'm going to be at the table doing the sales because that's why I'm going to the conventions. But again, if this is an official game and I'm sponsoring these plays at the conventions, and then something happens where something happens where there's some controversy, suddenly I'm responsible. And half the shit that I see people complain about, I don't think is a big deal and I don't care. But that would still be like nonsense to deal with. Even worse, it's like, okay, what if something happens where I'm like, oh God, that really was bad. And then it's like, well, why is this guy running your game? It's like, I don't know these people. Fuck. It's like, I'm thinking I think pessimistically, but that's generally how I think of the public. Honestly, I don't know how to sound good in doing that, because I know, especially the stuff we do that really is on the edge, and I can justify it to myself. But people who are not myself are going to get a hold of this and do what the hell ever they want, and they're welcome to. Just don't put my name on that part of it, Yeah. One more question. Do you enjoy the original Ravenloft setting? Original Ravenloft. I'm trying to think, because I haven't kept up on it over the years. But even in the early days, it was like this, like separate realm with the bad guys that rule each part of it. And I thought that was a big contrivance for what was trying to be horror. I mean, even when I was a kid, I was watching weirdo horror movies, and Ravenloft never quite did it for me. I understand they couldn't get deep into it, that it was going to be family friendly horror. So I guess that wasn't doing it for me. Let's see. Have you ever played? I've never played proper Call of Cthulhu. That's never. Yeah, I completely missed that somehow. It wasn't in my gaming universe in the 80s or 90s. it's yeah, I don't know how that. I mean, I didn't even, I got into Lovecraft through heavy metal in the 2000s. I mean, that was and it was just like working backward from there. It's like, oh, there's a role-playing game based on this. Could you differentiate between the spirit and letter of the LOTFP vibes for you personally? Well, it's difficult to decide where, but I mean, what I wrote, which when I wrote this in 2015, the referee book introduction, the act of imagination is a hate crime against reality. The expression of imaginative thought is hate speech against conformity. And it's like, that can be taken very badly. It's like, I know how I mean it and how I want to say it, and it's just meant to free the imagination. But there are actual, true fucking idiots and assholes out there that could read that as permission for their real life shit. And it ruins the effect. And if you put childproof caps on your writing like they're drugs, it ruins the writing. And so it's just this balance of, I'm either going to express myself or I'm not. And oh God, what's some idiot going to do with this? And it's a rough thing. It's kind of like white power, WIGHT. When that title, when Alex, told me that's what he wanted to call it, it was just like, what's going to show up on my doorstep now? And then I haven't, as far as I know, no, there hasn't been an influx of white supremacists who thought I was winking at them. Thank goodness. But there's always that wonder. It's like, there are other people that are going to assume the worst of me, but the reason they're able to do that is because the worst is out there. And yeah, I don't know. It's like, if these people are going to be their worst in their own games amongst their friends, it's like, I got no say. It's none of my business what you're doing in your home games. It's just, oh, please just keep it out. Just leave me out of it. Yeah. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to people? Thought about branching out, do your own OGL and publish independent material based on LOTFP. Yeah, I talked about this earlier. It's like the only thing I use the OGL for, if I recall, it's just the rule book. Although I was reminded by the person that did Pathfinder conversions on a couple of adventures, because somebody told me the PDFs would sell better if they had the Pathfinder conversion stats, and that stuff uses the OGL. Not worried about that though, because I don't know that anybody gave a shit about that. So it'd be easy just to strip out the Pathfinder OGL and OGL out of those. But yeah, I mean, it's just the rule book that I use with the OGL, so I don't know why I would do my own. I mean, I already have a third-party license. It's on the website, and I already flashed one of the books earlier, third-party publication for LOTFP. And is it all handy again? No, it's not. Okay, so I can't flash it for you again. Sorry. Oh, wait, is this it? Yeah. Yeah, there's already, this is the same one. I think there's already third-party stuff coming out for LOTFP, so. Certainly. And, well, I've got a second here. I just just want to note that somehow it is absolutely amazing that seems to me in my aging body that if I'm just sitting here, if I'm watching something or if I'm working, it seems like every 15 minutes I got to go take a leak. That if I'm going to see a movie in the movie theater, I need to make sure to not drink anything ahead of time. I can't get a Coke, with the movie, or else I'll have to go piss. I've been here for like almost 4.5 hours and I'm fine. It's like you people are drying me up. I think a colonial horror LOTFP based game would be amazing. Well, we do have, obviously, this is an adventure, colonial based adventure. We have a larger thing. It's over 100,000 words that takes place in colonial Virginia, and that's in the works now. So, Revolutionary War zombie apocalypse. So the thing is, I wouldn't, that wouldn't be my style. I mean, if there is a zombie thing, it wouldn't be, well, potentially the apocalypse. I mean, well, put Death, Frost, Doom in the Appalachian Mountains. And then maybe that works. Peeing all the time, welcome to old age. Yeah. Well, I'm just surprised it's not happening now. It's like, because that's the interesting content. That's the thing. If you've been listening for 4.5 hours, you want to hear about my bladder pontifications. I know. I should have gone into it sooner. Maybe first thing. Yeah. One thing, the segue into it never happened. But speaking of stuff that's over the line, this is. Can I even show this on the stream? I don't know if you all are familiar with Mike Diana and Boiled Angel. Signed, autographed. This is a big deal to me because this is the guy. I think he was at the time, might still be like the only cartoonist that was ever jailed for his work. And a few years ago, I had the occasion to be able to buy a box set of of the Boiled Angel comics, all the stuff that got him put in jail in the first place. And I was happy to be able to support him. And there was a documentary a few years back by Frank Henenlotter, The Trial of Mike Diana, that I definitely recommend you all watch. Just getting notes on Facebook. Maybe you could wrap up. Okay, let me finish this. Let me finish this point. And it's like I thought, Boiled Angel, strange and eerie comics for cool people. Here's a reproduction of #1. That it's all basic stuff. And I have to tell you, when I bought this and was finally going to dig into Boiled Angels, like, this is going to be my kind of filth. This was too much for me. I read a couple of them, and it's just like, okay, I'm glad I got this. I'm glad I was able to support the guy, and I support his efforts to do whatever the hell he wants. This is too much for me. I'm going to put it away. This is going to go on my cool shelf that I'm such a cool person because I have this. But I do have limits. So, yeah. And now we're too much. Too filthy, too vulgar, too nasty, just too, and it's all even in this cartoony style. Even so, it's just too completely fucked up, and it's fun. A little, and it just escalates and escalates, and it's But the creativity and just like the freedom for someone to be able to do that, it is invigorating. And when I saw the documentary about him getting arrested for doing this stuff, it was like infuriating. It was the one of the producers was there, and I was like grilling him because this was contemporary in Florida, contemporary with like the time of the 2 Live Crew obscenity trial. That one had a much happier ending, I think, because that was done more Two Live Crew was done more in good fun and was funny. This stuff I can see a normal person completely losing their shit about. I just, I pulled this out when I gathered the other stuff because I wanted to make the point. That LOTFP goes pretty far in comparison with most other things, but even we have our limits. I don't know. For some reason, I was wanting to find a way to get there. Puritans are annoying and they're making a comeback. Well, yeah, it's. Well, they've been here for a while now, the new Puritans, but they'll fade, and then other Puritans will take their place. It's like the whenever it's going to seem okay to just do wild shit again, that's when you're in a middle spot. Enjoy that spot because, yeah, the new crew's coming. They don't seem to ever stop. There's always someone that's going to decide that this creativity is bad for society. We need to stomp it out, and it's never good. Wonder if they're taking money from Hollywood, seeing as they're going after anime hard lately. I don't know. I don't follow anime at all, but it would be strange to. If Hollywood thought that anime was that much of a threat, why wouldn't Hollywood be getting into the anime business themselves? That would be my question. Like, yeah, because Hollywood studios are all about the money. The individual, the actual creators, directors, and writers hopefully care about the craft and the story and the art. But the U.S. tried to make anime at one point and it flopped hard. Well, I don't know. I guess I don't know enough about the thing, but I would think that. I'm guessing. I'm going to take a wild guess that, like, when the U.S. decided that they liked The Ring and The Grudge and all that, I think with The Grudge, they even hired the original director to do the remake for American audiences with English-speaking actors, right? So it's not like they just put American people on to remake the Japanese thing. They were using the actual creator, and there was more than one of those movies, so it didn't flop. So it's like, if you're doing Americanized stuff, if you're doing Americanized stuff, I see why it wouldn't work. But I mean, why wouldn't Hollywood be hiring the original people, or the actual people from Japan to do the stuff for them to release in America? That's what I would think the big business would be doing instead of trying to prevent it from happening. Sort of like, I don't know, like Netflix did the Junji Ito thing that just came out. That's I assume that's all done in Japan. I didn't read the credits, but it's subtitled in Japanese. So, Hollywood studios, the big media, you think they can co-opt and get in front of any of this competing stuff, just buy it and saying, okay, do it for us instead of whatever the big company is in Tokyo. How is the language barrier in Finland? It's almost non-existent. That's one of the reasons why I can't speak Finnish worth shit, is because 85% of the time when I was trying to speak Finnish to someone and they noticed I was having trouble, they would switch to English. And so many things here are in English. So many restaurants you go to and everything's in English. And I suppose that might be different if I were out in the Finnish hinterlands, but in the capital, this is an international city, and I'm very lucky to have come from one of the places that uses a quite dominant language. Giga Chad streamer. No, Joe, I've been here for 4.5 hours. This is no life. This is a no life streamer. That's all that is. But yeah, 4.5 hours, unless someone's got anything pressing, maybe I should wrap up. Maybe I don't have to go all night. Maybe I've gone on enough of a marathon. So, if anyone is actually listening through to the end later on, remember, like, subscribe, hit the bell button. It's one of those things. Will we ever see any Flame Princess actual plays? There are lots on YouTube. So I would recommend doing that, because they're not likely to come from official me here, because I don't know. I don't think it would come off well. I wouldn't want it to come off as, a really cheap production. But on the other hand, overproducing it is all, I go with the actual plays that people not affiliated with Lamentations are doing. That'll probably be more honest and useful if you're wanting to hear how the game actually goes. So, okay. Have you seen Shadow of the Demon Lord RPG? I've seen the book. I've seen the book. I haven't actually read any of the stuff, but yeah. Okay. 4.5 hours. I thank everyone for tuning in. I thank everyone that will be listening to this later. Hopefully you don't need to be watching it. You haven't been watching it. And thank you for keeping me company in the chat. And especially thank you for everyone that sent me super chats. And now I've got the hiccups. So everyone go do something fun, and I will try to go do something fun, and I gotta clean up because I decided I need lights and everything. So bye.